Moonlit souls, welcome back to Wild Alpha Tales. Before we dive into tonight's twisted tale of impossible love and royal obsession, do me a favor, howl at that like button and let the algorithm know you're part of the pack. Subscribe if you haven't already, because you won't want to miss what happens when a desperate widow catches the eye of the most dangerous alpha king in the 7 realms. This is a story of visibility, of being seen when the world has made you invisible, of love that defies every law written in blood and tradition. This is a 14-chapter epic. Settle in, because we're about to witness how a single moment of desperation can shatter kingdoms and rewrite destinies. Chapter 1. The Taste of Desperation. The Moonstone market reeked of rot and roses, overripe fruit bleeding sweetness into air thick with human desperation. I could taste both on my tongue as I pressed through the crowd, my worn cloak doing little to hide the trembling in my fingers. 3 copper coins. That's what I'd managed to scrape together from a week of mending clothes by candlelight, squinting until my eyes burned and my fingers bled. 3 coins for my daughter's 7th birthday. The weight of them in my palm felt simultaneously precious and pathetic, a physical manifestation of how completely I'd failed her. Around me, the market pulsed with life, vendors hawking wares, nobles laughing, children darting between stalls with a kind of carefree joy Kala had forgotten existed. The pack wolves moved with confident grace, their status evident in every gesture, every casual display of wealth. And then there was me, Vesper Ashmore, widow, packless, invisible. I'd learned to move like a ghost through spaces that weren't meant for women like me. Head down, shoulders curved inward, making myself small enough that maybe, just maybe, I wouldn't attract the kind of attention that came with scorn or worse. My silver blonde hair hung limp against my neck, still damp from the morning rain that had soaked through the holes in our apartment ceiling. Again. The starfire patisserie rose before me like a temple to everything I couldn't have, golden doors gleaming in the afternoon sun, display windows showcasing confections that probably cost more than I earned in a month. Inside, I could see elegant customers pointing at layered cakes, their laughter floating out each time the door opened, bringing with it the scent of butter and vanilla and dreams. "Excuse me." My voice came out barely above a whisper. The woman behind the counter, round-faced, with the kind of well-fed contentment that spoke of never knowing hunger, didn't even glance my way. She was arranging pastries in the window, each one a small work of art, each one utterly beyond my reach. I cleared my throat, tried again, hating the apologetic tremor I couldn't quite eliminate. "Excuse me, please." This time she turned, her eyes sliding over me with a kind of dismissive assessment I'd grown accustomed to. I could see her calculating. My worn cloak, my work-roughened hands, my desperate eyes. Packless. Poor. Irrelevant. Yes. The word held no warmth, no invitation. Just barely concealed disdain. The question lodged in my throat like broken glass. Around us, I felt the marketplace shift. Conversations pausing, eyes finding me, the weight of judgment pressing against my skin. But Kala's face swam in my mind. My baby girl, 7 years old today, who'd never once complained about the threadbare mattress we shared, or the meals we skipped, or the birthday parties she was never invited to. She deserved more than I could give. She deserved everything. Is there any? I forced the words out, each one a small death of pride. Any expired cake? For my daughter. It's her birthday, and I thought maybe something from yesterday. Something you'd throw away anyway. The silence that followed felt alive, hungry. I could feel every eye in the market on me now, could hear the whispered judgments, could taste the shame burning across my cheeks like wildfire. My silver blonde hair stuck to my neck as I stood there, frozen in my humiliation, waiting for the inevitable rejection. Expired. The woman repeated the word like I'd suggested something obscene. "We don't sell expired goods here. This is a respectable establishment, Mrs." She paused, leaving space for a name she clearly had no interest in learning. "Perhaps try the refuse bins in Hollow's End tomorrow morning. They sometimes have options for people in your situation." People in my situation. People who don't matter. People whose children go without because the world has decided they're unworthy of compassion or mercy. I nodded, stepping back, my coins still clutched uselessly in my hand. Kala would understand. She always did. My daughter had learned far too young not to expect much, not to dream too loudly, not to want things beyond our reach. But gods, I'd wanted to give her something today. Something that tasted like childhood should taste, sweet and celebratory and full of impossible possibilities. The marketplace blurred around me as I turned away, my vision swimming with tears I refused to shed in public. I'd taken perhaps 10 steps when I heard it. A sound like the world holding its breath. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd, through the air itself, making my spine straighten instinctively. Every survival instinct I possessed suddenly screamed danger before my conscious mind could catch up. The crowd was parting. Not just stepping aside, but pressing themselves back against stalls and walls, creating a wide corridor through the center of the market. My heart began hammering against my ribs as I followed the direction of everyone's frozen stares. They were coming from the northern entrance. For massive warriors, each one radiating the kind of power that made the air feel electric and heavy. Elite sentinels whose eyes scanned the crowd with predatory precision that missed nothing. Their dark uniforms marked them as royal guards, and even from a distance, I could see the lethal grace in their movements, more wolf than human, even while maintaining this form. But it was the figure walking between them that made my breath catch and hold. He was taller than his guards, which seemed impossible given their size. His presence alone seemed to compress space itself, making the bustling marketplace suddenly feel small and airless. Hair the color of midnight caught the afternoon light, and his features looked carved from something harder and more unforgiving than stone, all sharp angles and brutal beauty. He wore simple clothes, dark and perfectly fitted, but there was nothing simple about the way he carried himself. Every movement spoke of absolute certainty, of power so intrinsic it didn't need announcement or decoration. The Alpha King, someone whispered nearby, the words barely audible but charged with electricity that crawled across my skin. My heart stopped. Thane Nightshade, ruler of the Shadow Territories, the most powerful werewolf in the Seven Realms. I'd never seen him in person. People like me didn't exist in the same spaces as royalty. But I'd heard the stories. Everyone had. They said he'd taken the throne at 23 after a challenge that left 3 rival alphas dead and his territory doubled. They said he could shift faster than thought, that his wolf form was the size of a warhorse. They said he was brilliant and brutal, strategic and savage. They said he never smiled. I pressed myself back against a fruit vendor's stall, trying to become invisible, trying to disappear into the shadows where I belonged. Whatever brought him here had nothing to do with me. Royalty didn't notice ghosts. But then something impossible happened. His head turned. Those eyes, not brown, but something deeper, something that held its own gravity and weight, swept across the crowd and stopped. On me. Time fractured into strange, suspended moments. I couldn't look away, couldn't move, couldn't breathe. His expression didn't change. No warmth, no recognition, nothing that suggested I was more than a curiosity. But he was looking directly at me, and the weight of his attention felt physical, like pressure against my chest, like drowning in dark water. One of his guards leaned in, saying something I couldn't hear. The Alpha King's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly, a muscle jumping beneath skin that looked carved from marble. Then, still holding my gaze, he spoke. His voice carried across the marketplace despite its low pitch, resonating with a quality that made everyone fall silent, made the world itself seem to pause and listen. That woman. He lifted one hand, pointing directly at me with a kind of certainty that moved mountains and bent wills. Bring her to me. The marketplace erupted into whispers, into speculation and shock and hungry curiosity. My legs went liquid beneath me, my vision tunneling until all I could see was him, this impossible king who'd somehow noticed me, somehow singled me out from the crowd. This couldn't be happening. This was a mistake, a cosmic error. I was nobody, A widow struggling to feed her daughter, a ghost haunting the edges of a society that had long ago decided I didn't matter. Alpha Kings didn't notice people like me, but his guards were already moving, cutting through the crowd with purposeful strides that spoke of violence barely leashed. I wanted to run, wanted to disappear into the labyrinth of alleys I knew so well. But my body had betrayed me, frozen in place like prey, watching the approach of predators. "Please," I managed to whisper as they reached me, though I had no idea what I was begging for. "Please let this be a mistake. Please don't hurt me. Please let Kella still have a mother when this is over." The lead guard, a man with a brutal scar bisecting his left eyebrow and eyes that had seen too much violence, looked at me with something that might have been curiosity. Or pity. I couldn't tell which was worse. "The Alpha King has requested your presence," he said, his tone formal but not unkind. "You're not in trouble. Come." Not in trouble. The word should have been reassuring, but in my experience, powerful people didn't distinguish between inconvenience and trouble. Both ended the same way for women like me badly. I forced my legs to move, forced myself to walk toward where the Alpha King waited at the center of a space the crowd had cleared around him like he carried his own gravitational field. Every eye in the marketplace was on me now. I could feel their stares like brands against my skin, could hear the whispers intensifying, speculation, judgment, sick curiosity mixing into a sound like distant thunder. As I got closer, the sheer physicality of him became overwhelming. He was perhaps 6'5", broad-shouldered, with the kind of presence that seemed to pull at the air itself, making it harder to breathe, harder to think. This close, I could see details the distance had hidden. The small scar above his right eyebrow, the way his dark eyes held flecks of molten amber that caught the light like embers, the slight tension in his jaw that suggested he was holding something back, containing something that wanted release. I stopped at what I hoped was a respectful distance and lowered my eyes, every instinct screaming not to meet the gaze of an apex predator directly. My hands trembled at my sides, and I clasped them together to still the shaking that betrayed my terror. "Look at me." The command was quiet but absolute, carrying the weight of centuries of dominance, of power that didn't ask but demanded. I raised my eyes slowly, fighting against every survival instinct that told me submission meant safety. When my gaze finally met him, I was surprised to find not anger there, but something else. Something I couldn't quite name, an intensity that felt like being studied, analyzed, understood in ways that made me want to hide every vulnerable piece of myself. "What's your name?" His voice was different now, lower, almost intimate despite the crowd surrounding us. "Vesper," I whispered, my throat dry. "Vesper Ashmore." He nodded once, a sharp economical movement that spoke of a man who wasted nothing, not words, not gestures, not mercy. "I heard what you asked for at the bakery stall." Oh gods. Horror washed over me in a cold wave that made my knees weak. He'd heard that? He'd heard me begging for expired cake like some desperate scavenger? "Your daughter's birthday," he continued, his expression still unreadable, still containing whatever thoughts moved behind those amber-flecked eyes. "How old is she?" "7. I managed, my voice barely audible over the pounding of my heart. "Today. She's 7 today." Something flickered behind his eyes. Too fast for me to catch, but definitely there. Emotion, memory, pain? I couldn't tell. He turned to the scarred guard with fluid grace. "Malachi." The guard stepped forward immediately, his bearing military precise. "Yes, my king." "Go to the Starfire Patisserie. Tell them I want their finest celebration cake. Something appropriate for a child." He paused, those dark eyes returning to me with an intensity that made my skin feel too warm. "Have it delivered too?" My mouth opened, but no sound came out. This couldn't be real. Alpha Kings didn't buy cakes for the children of strangers, didn't involve themselves in the struggles of common wolves. This had to be some kind of test, some trap I didn't understand. "Hollow's End," I finally whispered, shame burning through me as I named the slums. "Building 7, top floor, apartment C." He repeated the address to Malachi, who nodded and disappeared into the crowd with supernatural speed that left after images. The remaining guards maintained their positions, creating a bubble of space around us that felt both protective and suffocating. "Your mate?" the Alpha King asked, and there was something careful in his tone now, something that suggested he already knew the answer, but needed to hear me say it.
"Dead."
The word came out sharp and final, carrying 2 years of grief I'd learned to compress into single syllables. 2 years ago. Territory dispute on the eastern border. His expression hardened almost imperceptibly, like stone freezing colder. Name? Rowan Ashmore. I paused, then added because it seemed important somehow. He was a good man. A good father. "I remember the eastern conflicts," he said quietly, and there was weight to the words, a sincerity that caught me off guard. "I'm sorry for your loss." The apology should have been perfunctory, the kind of thing leaders said because protocol demanded it. But there was genuine regret in his voice, a heaviness that spoke of carrying too many deaths, too much responsibility. I found myself studying his face, looking for the brutal tyrant from the stories, the cold ruler who'd killed rival alphas without mercy. But all I saw was a man whose eyes held the kind of weariness that comes from carrying too much for too long. "Thank you," I whispered. "But you didn't need to, the cake. It's too much. I can't possibly." "You can," he interrupted, his tone brooking no argument, containing the kind of authority that made the kingdom bow. "And you will. No child should go without on her birthday." There was something in the way he said it, something that spoke of old wounds, old memories that still had teeth. I wanted to understand why this mattered to him, why he cared about one struggling widow and her daughter. But the gap between our worlds was too vast for such familiar questions. "I don't understand why you're doing this," I said instead, the words slipping out before I could stop them. "I'm nobody. Just another widow trying to survive in a world that's forgotten I exist." His eyes held mine for a long moment, and I felt that strange suspended sensation again, like the world had narrowed to just this moment, just the two of us standing in a marketplace full of watching eyes. "Nobody is just anything," he said finally, his voice low enough that only I could hear it, intimate in a way that made my pulse stutter. "Remember that, Vesper Ashmore." Before I could respond, before I could process what he'd said or what it might mean, he stepped back. The spell, if that's what it had been, broke. He was the Alpha King again, distant and untouchable, power contained in flesh that couldn't quite hide its dangerous nature. "Enjoy your daughter's birthday," he said, his formal tone restored, his mask firmly back in place. Then, to his remaining guards, "We're leaving." They moved as one, creating that protective formation around him, and the crowd parted once more with fear and reverence. I stood frozen in place, watching as he walked away, his dark figure cutting through the marketplace like a blade through water, like inevitability itself made flesh. Just before he disappeared from view, he glanced back. Our eyes met one final time across the distance, and then he was gone, swallowed by the crowd and the city and the impossible gulf between his world and mine. The marketplace erupted around me, voices rising in excited speculation, people pressing closer with questions I couldn't begin to answer. But I barely heard them. My mind was still caught on that last look, on the weight of his attention, on the impossible kindness of a man known for his ruthlessness. What had just happened? And more terrifying still, what did it mean? Chapter 2. Silver-Wrapped Miracles. I ran home through the winding streets of Hollow's End, my heart still hammering against my ribs like something caged and desperate. The afternoon sun had begun its descent, painting the crumbling buildings in shades of amber and gold that did nothing to disguise their decay. Peeling paint, broken windows, the smell of mold and desperation that no amount of sunlight could burn away. My mind wouldn't stop replaying the scene. Those dark eyes finding mine across the marketplace. That commanding voice that had made the entire world go silent. The impossible gesture of kindness that felt more like a fevered dream than reality. Alpha Kings didn't notice women like me. They didn't buy birthday cakes for children they'd never met. They didn't look at widows from the slums like we mattered, like we were worth seeing. Yet Thane Nightshade had done all three. Kala was waiting by the window when I burst through our apartment door, her small face pressed against the cloudy glass that never quite came clean no matter how hard I scrubbed. She turned at the sound, and her smile, gods, her smile, was immediate and complete. The kind of pure joy that made every struggle worthwhile, that reminded me why I kept fighting when everything inside me wanted to surrender. Mama. She launched herself at me, small arms wrapping around my waist with surprising strength. Her silver blonde hair, so like mine but brighter, untouched by worry or grief, caught the fading sunlight streaming through our single window. "Did you find a cake?" I held her tight, breathing in the scent of the lavender soap we used sparingly, and underneath it the sweetness that was just her, innocence and hope somehow surviving in this place that killed both. How could I explain what had happened? How could I tell her that the most powerful man in the 7 realms had heard me begging for scraps and decided to intervene? "Something better than I expected," I said carefully, kneeling to her level. My hands cupped her face, thumbs brushing across cheeks still soft with childhood, still unmarked by the hardness that came from too much loss too soon. "The most beautiful cake you've ever seen is coming. From the Starfire Patisserie." Her eyes went wide, so blue they looked like pieces of sky had been trapped there. "The fancy one? With the golden doors? That's the one." "But Mama, how?" She stopped, confusion and wonder warring across her features. At 7 years old, she already understood the mathematics of our poverty too well, could calculate what we could and couldn't afford with heartbreaking accuracy. "Someone kind helped us," I said, which was true even if it was impossibly incomplete. "Someone who thought you deserved something special for your birthday." Before she could ask more questions, before I had to explain things I didn't understand myself, there was a knock at the door. Not the usual aggressive pounding of landlords demanding rent we didn't have, or the tentative tap of neighbors wanting to borrow things we couldn't spare. This was something else. Firm. Official. Weighted with authority. My stomach dropped. I opened the door to find a young man in the crisp uniform of the Starfire Patisserie, holding a box that seemed to glow with its own internal light. Behind him stood Malachi, the scarred guard from the marketplace, his expression unreadable, but somehow not unkind despite the violence written in every line of his body. "Delivery for Miss Kala Ashmore," the baker's assistant said, his tone respectful in a way that made me deeply uncomfortable. People didn't speak to me like that. People like him looked through me, not at me, with compliments from His Majesty. Kala's gasp was audible. She pressed against my side, staring at the box with a mixture of awe and fear, like it might vanish if she looked away or breathed too hard. The baker carefully placed the box on our small kitchen table, battered wood that suddenly looked even more inadequate next to such elegance. The box itself was a work of art, silver paper with midnight blue ribbon that probably cost more than our monthly rent. "There's also this," Malachi said, stepping forward with a smaller package wrapped in the same expensive paper. His scarred face softened slightly as he looked at Kala. The Alpha King thought the birthday girl might enjoy a few additional treats. He handed it to me, and I took it with trembling fingers, still unable to quite process that this was real, that this was happening. Inside were chocolates, real ones, not the cheap candy we occasionally splurged on, wrapped in silver foil that caught the light like tiny stars. There was also a card, heavy cream paper with an elegant script that must have been written by a palace scribe. "For Kala, may your 7th year bring you joy beyond measure. Tien. Please thank His Majesty." I managed to say, my voice thick with emotions I couldn't name, couldn't separate into individual feelings. Gratitude, confusion, fear, hope, they all tangled together in my throat. It's too generous." Malachi's scarred face held something that might have been amusement. "The Alpha King doesn't do anything he doesn't wish to do, Mrs. Ashmore. He wanted this for your daughter." He paused, and there was warning in his tone now, or perhaps reassurance. "Enjoy your evening." They left, and I closed the door with shaking hands, my back pressed against the wood as I tried to steady my breathing. Kala had already lifted the lid of the cake box, and her exclamation of delight pierced through my shock like sunlight through clouds. "Mama." Mama, come look. The cake was a masterpiece. 3 layers decorated with delicate sugar flowers in shades of pink and cream, with Happy Birthday Kala written in gold icing that actually shimmered in the fading light. It was the kind of cake I'd seen in shop windows, the kind meant for nobles and pack elites, the kind I'd never dreamed of tasting, let alone giving to my daughter. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen, Kala whispered, her voice reverent, her small hands hovering over it like she was afraid to touch something so precious. Can we really eat it? Every bite, I assured her, pulling her close, pressing a kiss to her hair. That's what it's for, baby. Every single bite. We cut into it together, the knife sliding through layers that were impossibly soft and rich. The first bite melted on my tongue, vanilla and butter and something else, something that tasted like celebration itself, like joy made edible. Kala's eyes closed in bliss, chocolate already smudging the corner of her mouth. Mama, she said after her third bite, looking up at me with those 2 wise eyes. Who is the Alpha King? Why did he help us? I set down my fork, considering how to answer. The truth was I didn't know. Powerful men didn't notice women like me unless they wanted something. And I couldn't imagine what someone like Thane Nightshade could possibly want from a poor widow in Hollow's End. Unless... No. I pushed the thought away before it could fully form. That was impossible. Ridiculous. I was reading too much into a simple act of kindness. I'm not sure, sweetheart, I said finally, forcing a smile that felt more real than I'd expected. But sometimes people surprise us. Sometimes kindness comes from unexpected places. She seemed to accept this, turning her attention back to the cake with single-minded focus. But I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't over. That whatever had begun in the marketplace that afternoon was just the opening chapter of something I didn't yet understand. That night, after Kala had finally fallen asleep with chocolate still on her lips and a smile on her face, I stood at our single window looking out at the city. Somewhere beyond Hollow's End, beyond the division between wealth and poverty, the Alpha King's palace rose against the night sky, dark towers reaching toward stars I could barely see through the smog and distance. Was he there now? Was he thinking about us at all? Or had we already faded from his mind? Just another charitable impulse from a king who could afford to be generous? I touched my fingertips to the cold glass, remembering the weight of his attention, the intensity in those amber-flecked eyes, the way he'd said my name like it mattered. Nobody is just anything. His words echoed in my mind, and for the first time in 2 years, since Rowan had died and left me adrift in a world that had no place for packless widows, I felt something dangerous unfurl in my chest. Hope. The next morning arrived with unexpected visitors. I'd just finished braiding Kala's hair for school, a routine we performed in comfortable silence, her small body warm against mine, when the knock came. 3 sharp raps that made my hands still mid-braid, my heart suddenly racing. Through the clouded glass of our door, I could make out 2 figures. Tall, broad-shouldered, unmistakably military in their bearing even through distorted glass. Mama? Kala's voice was small, uncertain, picking up on my tension the way children do. Go to your room, I said quietly, keeping my voice steady even as my pulse thundered. Just for a moment. She obeyed without argument, sensing my fear, and I watched her disappear behind the thin curtain that separated her sleeping space from our main room. Then I opened the door to find 2 royal guards in formal uniform, not the casual wear from yesterday, but full ceremonial attire that marked them as members of the Alpha King's personal detail. They looked absurdly out of place in our crumbling hallway, their polished armor and pristine uniforms a stark contrast to peeling paint and water-stained walls. Vesper Ashmore? The taller one asked, though he clearly already knew the answer. Yes. My voice came out steadier than I felt. His Majesty requests your presence at Nightshade Palace. Today at 2 o'clock. The words hit me like cold water, stealing my breath. The palace. The Alpha King wanted to see me again. This couldn't be real. This had to be some mistake, some cosmic error. I don't understand. Why would he? We're not privy to His Majesty's reasons, the guard said, not unkindly. There was something in his eyes that might have been sympathy. Only his commands. A car will arrive at 1:30 to transport you. Dress appropriately, but not formally. This is not a state function. What did that even mean? I owned 3 dresses, one for every day where that was patched at the elbows, one slightly nicer for rare occasions that wasn't much better, and one black dress I'd worn to Rowan's funeral and hadn't touched since because it carried too much grief in its threads. None of them were appropriate for meeting a king. My daughter. I started panic rising. I can't just. Arrangements have been made. The guard's expression softened slightly. A trusted caretaker will arrive at 1 o'clock. She comes highly recommended and has been thoroughly vetted by palace security. He paused, something almost sympathetic crossing his features. This is not optional, Mrs. Ashmore. But you're not in danger. His Majesty simply wishes to speak with you. They left before I could form another protest, their footsteps echoing down the stairwell until silence returned, heavy and oppressive. I stood in the doorway, my mind spinning with possibilities, each one more terrifying than the last. What could the Alpha King possibly want to discuss with me? Did I do something wrong yesterday? Said something I shouldn't have? Was this about the cake, about accepting charity I had no right to? Calla emerged from her room, her small face creased with worry. Are you in trouble? No, baby. I hoped I sounded more confident than I felt. I don't think so. I just have to go somewhere this afternoon. Someone will stay with you. Will you come back? The question broke my heart. At 7 years old, she'd already learned that people leave and sometimes don't return. Her father had taught her that lesson, though not by choice. Always, I promised, pulling her into a fierce hug, breathing in her sweetness, her innocence. I will always come back to you. That's not a maybe, Calla. That's a certainty. That's a promise written in blood and bone. The caretaker arrived precisely at 1 o'clock, a kind-faced older woman with silver hair pulled into a neat bun and eyes that crinkled at the corners when she smiled. She introduced herself as Adelaide and immediately put Calla at ease with gentle confidence that spoke of years of experience. I brought books, Adelaide said, producing a small bag with treasures that made Calla's eyes light up. And materials for art projects if you're interested. I understand it was recently your birthday, Calla. Perhaps you'd like to make thank you cards? Calla nodded shyly, immediately drawn to this gentle presence, and I felt a small measure of relief watching them interact, seeing my daughter's shoulders relax, seeing trust begin to form. The car that arrived at 1:30 was unlike anything I'd ever seen up close, sleek black exterior that seemed to absorb light, interior that smelled of leather and luxury, and a world so far removed from mine it might as well have been another realm entirely. The driver, another guard, silent and professional, held the door open for me with a respect that felt surreal. I climbed in awkwardly, hyper-aware of my worn dress, my nervous hands, the way I didn't belong in spaces this clean and expensive. The drive to the palace took 20 minutes, winding up from Hollow's End through increasingly affluent neighborhoods. I watched through the window as poverty gradually gave way to comfort, then comfort to wealth, then wealth to opulence that seemed almost obscene in its excess. Finally, we reached the hilltop where Nightshade Palace sprawled across acres of manicured grounds like a dark jewel. The palace itself was stunning, ancient stone architecture married to modern fortifications, towers reaching toward the sky like obsidian fingers grasping for something divine, something just beyond reach. We entered through a side gate, avoiding the main ceremonial entrance with its grand stairs and watching eyes. The guard led me through corridors that seemed designed to overwhelm, high ceilings decorated with intricate carvings, artwork that probably cost more than my entire building, floors so polished I could see my reflection walking beside me like a ghost. Other staff members passed us, their curious glances making my skin prickle with self-consciousness. I could feel their assessment, their judgment, their wondering what someone like me was doing here. Finally, we stopped before a heavy wooden door carved with wolves running beneath a full moon. The guard knocked once, waited for a response I couldn't hear, then opened it. "Mrs. Ashmore, Your Majesty." He stepped aside, gesturing for me to enter. My legs felt disconnected from my body as I walked through the doorway into what appeared to be a private study. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked the city below, offering a view that made the world seem both vast and manageable, infinite and contained. Books lined the walls, hundreds of them, maybe thousands, their spines creating a mosaic of knowledge and history and power contained in bound pages. And there, standing by the window with his back to me, was Thane Nightshade. He turned at the sound of the door closing, and once again I was struck by the sheer presence of him. In the marketplace, surrounded by crowds and chaos, he'd been imposing. Here, in this private space that was clearly his domain, he seemed even more so, a predator in his den, comfortable and absolutely in control. Vesper. My name on his lips sounded different than it ever had before, weighted with something I couldn't identify. Thank you for coming. Did I have a choice? The words slipped out before I could stop them. Too honest, too bold. But something about his presence pulled the truth from me like drawing poison from a wound. Something flickered across his face. Surprise, maybe, or amusement. His lips curved slightly. Not quite a smile, but close. No, he admitted, and there was something almost like respect in his voice. But I'm grateful nonetheless. He gestured to a pair of chairs positioned near the window, away from the imposing desk that dominated one side of the room.
Please, sit.
I sat, perching on the edge of the seat like a bird ready to take flight at the first sign of danger. He took the chair opposite me, and for a moment we simply looked at each other, the Alpha King and the widow from Hollow's End, separated by everything except this strange connection neither of us could name. I imagine you're wondering why I asked you here, he said finally, his voice low and careful. Among other things. I forced myself to meet his eyes, to not show how much his proximity affected me, how his presence made my pulse race and my skin feel too warm. Yesterday in the marketplace, the cake, and now this. I don't understand. Men like you don't notice women like me unless they want something. Men like me. He repeated the words, and there was something almost bitter in his tone, something that spoke of old wounds. What kind of man do you think I am, Vesper? The question felt like a trap, but I'd already come too far for careful diplomacy. Powerful, I said, watching his face. Dangerous. Someone who gets what he wants because no one can tell him no. I paused, then added more quietly, someone who probably doesn't hear the truth very often. He was silent for a long moment, his expression unreadable, his amber-flecked eyes holding mine with an intensity that made it hard to breathe. Then, unexpectedly, he laughed, a low, rough sound that seemed to surprise him as much as it surprised me. You're right, he said. On all counts. He leaned forward slightly, his elbows resting on his knees, and suddenly the space between us felt charged with electricity, with possibility, with danger. But you're also wrong about why I noticed you. Then why? I asked, my heart hammering so hard I was certain he could hear it. Why did you stop in the marketplace? Why did you help us? Why am I here? His jaw tightened, and I watched something struggle behind his eyes, some internal war between saying what he wanted and maintaining whatever walls he'd built around himself, whatever armor kept the world at bay. Because, he said finally, each word measured and careful, weighted with meaning, I heard you ask for expired cake for your daughter. And something about that moment, about your voice, your desperation, your love. He stopped, shook his head like he was trying to clear it. It reminded me that power means nothing if it can't be used to ease suffering. Even small suffering. Even for one child's birthday. The sincerity in his voice was devastating. This wasn't the brutal tyrant from the stories, the cold ruler who'd killed rival alphas without mercy. This was a man who carried the weight of an entire kingdom and still found space to care about one struggling widow and her daughter. Thank you, I whispered, my throat tight. Kala has been happier on the last day than I've seen her in 2 years. Whatever your reasons, whatever this is, thank you. He nodded, but there was something else now, something lurking beneath the surface of this conversation. I could feel it like a change in atmospheric pressure before a storm, like the moment before lightning strikes. There's something else, I said. It wasn't a question. Yes. He stood, moving to the window, putting distance between us. When he spoke again, his voice carried across the space like a physical touch. I want to offer you a position here at the palace. My breath caught. What kind of position? We need someone to manage the staff quarters in the Eastern Wing. It's administrative work, scheduling, inventory, basic management. The pay is excellent. More than excellent. Enough for you to move out of Hollow's End, to give your daughter opportunities she'll never have there. He turned to face me, his expression carefully neutral. To give you both security.
Safety.
A future. It sounded too good to be true, which meant it probably was. Why? I asked again, standing now to meet his gaze more directly, refusing to be diminished by distance or circumstance. Why me? There must be dozens of qualified people who would take that position. People with experience, with connections, with... Because I want someone I can trust, he interrupted, his voice sharp now, commanding. Someone who isn't here because of politics or family connections or ambition. Someone who asked for expired cake instead of stealing a fresh one. Someone who clearly puts her child before her pride. His words were logical, reasonable even. But there was something else beneath them, something I could sense but not see, like shadows moving just beyond the edge of vision. I need to think about it, I said, though every practical instinct screamed at me to accept immediately. This was a lifeline, a way out of poverty and fear and endless struggling. A chance to give Kala everything I'd ever wanted for her. Of course. He moved closer, and I caught the scent of him. Cedar and something darker, something that made my pulse quicken despite my best efforts. Take all the time you need. But Vesper. He paused until I met his eyes. I hope you'll say yes. The way he said it, the quiet intensity, the hint of something vulnerable beneath the command, made me feel like this conversation was about more than just a job offer. Like we were dancing around something neither of us was ready to name. I should get back to Kala, I said, needing to escape the weight of his attention, the confusing tangle of emotions he provoked in me. Of course. The car will take you home. He walked me to the door, his presence a warm pressure at my back. Just before I stepped through, he spoke again. Vesper, your daughter is lucky to have you. I turned back, found him watching me with an expression that held too many layers to parse, too many meanings hidden beneath control. Thank you, I managed, for everything. As the car wound back down to Hollow's End, I pressed my forehead against the cool window and tried to make sense of what had just happened. The Alpha King, Thane Nightshade, the most powerful werewolf in the 7 realms, had offered me a job, had looked at me like I mattered, like I was worth seeing. It had made me feel visible in a way I hadn't felt since Rowan died. It should have felt like a blessing, like salvation delivered by fate. Instead, it felt like standing at the edge of something vast and unknowable, like the moment before a storm breaks, when the air goes silent and still and heavy with promise. I didn't know yet if I should step forward into whatever this was, or if I should run. Chapter 3. The Weight of Yes. 3 days. 3 days of sleepless nights, of weighing poverty against uncertainty, of watching Kala practice her letters by candlelight because we couldn't afford to waste electricity during daylight hours. 3 days of Adelaide stopping by with small gifts that felt less like kindness and more like gentle pressure. Fresh bread still warm from palace ovens, a thick sweater for Kala that looked barely worn, books with pristine spines that no child from Hollow's End would ever touch. Gifts that whispered, "This could be your life. This abundance. This security. Just say yes." On the 3rd evening, I sat at our battered table watching Kala sleep on our shared mattress, her small body curled around the stuffed wolf Thane had sent. Even in sleep, she held it close, one hand buried in its soft gray fur like she was afraid it might vanish. She deserved more than this. More than crumbling walls and thin blankets and a mother who couldn't give her the childhood she should have. More than Hollow's End and its endless cycle of poverty and desperation. Thane was offering us a way out.
A job. Housing.
Education for Kala at the palace school where children of staff and lesser nobles learned together. Safety behind palace walls instead of fear in district streets. It was everything I'd prayed for during 2 years of scraping by, of going hungry so Calla could eat, of mending clothes until my fingers bled because I couldn't afford new ones. So, why did it feel like I was signing a contract written in a language I couldn't quite read? I stood, moving to our single window, looking out at the city beyond. Somewhere in the distance, Nightshade Palace rose against the darkening sky, obsidian towers catching the last rays of sunset, turning them into something that looked almost like fire. "Nobody is just anything," he'd said, his voice resonating with conviction that made me want to believe him. Maybe it was time to believe. I sent word the next morning through one of the guards who had begun making regular patrols past our building, another layer of protection I hadn't asked for, but couldn't refuse. The message was simple, written on a scrap of paper that felt inadequate for what it carried. "I accept the position." The response came within hours, delivered by Malachi himself. He climbed our stairs with military precision, his scarred face carefully neutral as he handed me an envelope of heavy cream paper sealed with midnight blue wax. Inside, the script was elegant and precise. "You begin in 1 week. Housing will be provided, a suite in the eastern staff quarters. 2 bedrooms, private bath, access to palace kitchens and facilities. Calla may attend the palace school immediately. All arrangements have been made. Welcome to Nightshade Palace."
TN.
1 week. In 7 days, our entire lives would change. Completely. Irrevocably. I should have felt relieved. Instead, I felt like I was standing at the edge of a cliff, about to jump into water whose depth I couldn't measure. A moving day arrived with unseasonable warmth. Spring had begun asserting itself, pushing back against winter's lingering grip with determined sunshine and the smell of things growing. Flowers forcing their way through cracked concrete, vines climbing damaged walls, life insisting on itself despite circumstances designed to kill it. Adelaide arrived early, with 2 young guards who handled our meager possessions with surprising care. They packed our entire life into boxes that looked half-empty even when full, a physical representation of how little we owned, how much we'd lost, how far we'd fallen. Calla bounced with excitement, her earlier fears forgotten in the thrill of adventure. She chatted constantly about her new room, her new school, the possibility of making friends who didn't understand what it meant to go hungry or wear clothes until they fell apart. Her joy was infectious and heartbreaking in equal measure. So easy to please. So desperate for something better. So deserving of everything I'd never been able to give her. The suite they'd assigned us was in the eastern wing, exactly as promised. It was larger than our entire previous apartment, with windows that actually opened to let in fresh air instead of staying perpetually sealed against drafts, with floors that didn't creak threateningly underfoot, with walls that weren't stained or crumbling or marked by poverty's fingerprints. Calla's room had a real bed with an actual mattress, not the thin pallet we'd shared in our old place, but something soft and deep that looked like it belonged in fairy tales. There was a sitting area with furniture that matched, a small kitchenette with appliances that actually worked, and a bathroom with hot water that ran clear instead of rust brown. "Mama." Calla's voice echoed from the bathroom, filled with wonder that made my throat tight. "There's a bathtub. A whole bathtub just for us." I stood in the center of the sitting room, turning slowly to take it all in. Sunlight streamed through clean windows, illuminating space that felt impossibly luxurious after years of darkness and decay. This was real. This was happening. We were living in the palace, breathing the same air as royalty, existing in a world I'd only ever glimpsed from the outside. A knock at the door pulled me from my thoughts. I opened it to find Malachi, now wearing a less formal uniform that suggested he was off duty, though his bearing remained military precise. "Mrs. Ashmore," he said with a slight nod that held more respect than I'd ever received from anyone outside Rowan. "I'm to show you the staff areas and introduce you to your primary responsibilities. If now is a good time." "Of course." I glanced back toward Calla's room, hearing her singing to herself as she unpacked her few belongings. "Let me just—" "Adelaide is on her way up," he assured me, reading my hesitation. "She's been assigned as Calla's primary caretaker, when you're working. His Majesty wanted to ensure continuity, since they already get along well. His Majesty. The words sent a strange flutter through my chest, something between anxiety and anticipation that I didn't want to examine too closely. In the 3 days since accepting his offer, I hadn't seen Thane again. Part of me wondered if I'd imagined the intensity of our interaction, if I'd projected meaning onto what was simply a charitable impulse from a king toward his subjects. I followed Malachi through corridors that twisted and turned like a maze designed to confuse intruders. Each passage looked similar but subtly different. Different artwork, different carpets, different sconces casting different shadows. He pointed out important locations. The main staff dining hall with its long tables and constant bustle, the supply rooms stocked with everything from linens to cleaning supplies, the administrative offices where I'd be spending most of my time. Other staff members passed us, their expressions curious, but not unfriendly. A few even offered small smiles or nods of acknowledgement, a far cry from the dismissive glances I'd grown accustomed to in Hollow's End. "You'll find the palace staff are good people," Malachi said as we climbed a narrow staircase tucked behind a tapestry. "Loyal, hardworking. Some have been here for generations. They might be curious about you at first. New faces always generate interest, but they'll warm up quickly enough." "Curious why?" I asked, though I suspected I knew the answer. Word traveled fast in any community, and palace staff probably heard more gossip than anyone. He glanced at me, something knowing in his scarred face. "Because His Majesty personally recruited you. That's rare. Extremely rare. He usually leaves staffing decisions to the household managers and doesn't involve himself in administrative minutiae." We emerged into a large room filled with desks, filing cabinets, and the organized chaos of administrative work. Paper stacked in precise piles, quills and inkwells arranged with military precision, everything labeled and sorted and controlled. A woman looked up from one of the desks, mid-40s with sharp eyes that missed nothing, brown hair pulled into a severe bun that emphasized her angular features. Her expression was assessing but not hostile, calculating but not cruel. "Linnea," Malachi said, his tone carrying authority despite his casual uniform. "This is Vesper Ashmore, our new Eastern Wing Coordinator. Vesper, this is Linnea Frost, Head of Household Operations. She'll be your direct supervisor." Linnea stood, offering her hand with business-like efficiency. Her grip was firm, her palm cool and dry. "Welcome to Nightshade Palace, Mrs. Ashmore. I've heard interesting things about your recruitment." "I'm sure you have," I said carefully, trying to read what lay beneath her neutral expression. Judgment? Curiosity? Suspicion? Something that might have been amusement flickered across her face. "Don't worry, I don't traffic in gossip, only results. Your responsibilities will primarily involve managing the staff quarters in the Eastern Wing, scheduling cleaners, coordinating maintenance requests, ensuring supplies are properly stocked and distributed. Think of yourself as a liaison between the staff and administration." She spent the next hour walking me through systems and procedures with ruthless efficiency, introducing me to key personnel, head housekeeper, chief of maintenance, supply coordinator, explaining the intricate hierarchy that governed palace life like an invisible web connecting everything and everyone. It was overwhelming but manageable. Familiar in the way all administrative work was familiar regardless of setting, organization, communication, problem-solving. Skills I'd honed through years of managing our impossible budget, of making nothing stretch to cover everything, of finding solutions where none seemed to exist. By the time Malachi escorted me back to my suite, my head was spinning with information, with names and faces and procedures that would take weeks to fully absorb. I found Calla curled up on the sofa with Adelaide, both of them absorbed in a picture book with illustrations so detailed they looked alive. The sight of my daughter looking so comfortable, so safe, so genuinely happy made something tight in my chest finally loosen. "How was it?" Adelaide asked, looking up with her kind, crinkled eyes that reminded me of grandmothers from stories. "Complicated," I admitted honestly. "But good. Manageable. Wonderful." She stood, gathering her things with practiced efficiency. I'll be back tomorrow morning at 8 to walk Kala to school. The other children are lovely. She'll fit right in, I'm certain. After Adelaide left, Kala and I explored our new home together, opening cabinets to find them already stocked with dishes and food, real food, fresh food, abundance we'd only dreamed of. Testing the hot water that actually stayed hot, bouncing on beds that didn't sag or creak. That evening, we ate dinner in our small kitchenette, simple food from the staff dining hall that still tasted better than anything I'd managed to scrape together in our old apartment. Kala talked excitedly about her day, about the books Adelaide had brought, about the bed that was soft as clouds. Mama, I promise. I tucked her in that night in her new room, watching her drift off with a smile on her face, her silver blonde hair spread across the pillow like spilled moonlight. For the first time in 2 years since Rowan had died and left us adrift, I felt like maybe, just maybe, we were going to be okay. Maybe we were going to be more than okay. Maybe we were going to thrive. I didn't see Thane for 2 weeks. 2 weeks of falling into the rhythm of palace life. Early mornings coordinating with cleaning staff, afternoons managing supply inventory, evenings reviewing schedules and handling minor crises before they became major ones. The work was demanding but satisfying in a way my previous piecemeal jobs had never been. I was good at organization, at managing people, at finding solutions to problems that seemed insurmountable. Linnea even commented on it during our weekly review meeting, her sharp eyes holding something that might have been approval. You've implemented several improvements to the scheduling system, she said, scanning the charts I'd created. More efficient rotations, better resource allocation. Well done, Mrs. Ashmore. The praise warmed me more than it should have. I'd spent so long being invisible, being dismissed, that recognition felt like water in a desert.
Kala thrived.
She came home each day bursting with stories about lessons and games, her vocabulary expanding, her confidence growing like something finally given room and light to flourish. She'd made friends, other staff children who welcomed her without the judgment we'd faced in Hollow's End, and for the first time in her young life, she looked like what she was, a child, unburdened by adult worries. The transformation was remarkable and deeply moving. This was what I'd wanted for her. This security, this happiness, this chance at childhood poverty had been stolen. But in quiet moments, late at night when Kala slept peacefully and I stood at our window looking out at the palace gardens, I found myself thinking about him. About dark eyes with amber flecks. About a voice that could command armies or offer kindness with equal intensity. About the way he'd looked at me in his study, like I was a puzzle he wanted to solve, a mystery worth his time. I told myself it meant nothing. That I was a widow employed by the palace, nothing more. That whatever I'd felt in those brief encounters was just natural awe anyone would feel in the presence of someone so powerful. I almost convinced myself it was true. Almost. Then one evening, as I was leaving the administrative offices after a particularly long day of dealing with a plumbing crisis in the Western Wing, I rounded a corner and nearly collided with him. He caught my arms, steadying me with reflexes too fast to be fully human, and for a moment we were close enough that I could feel the heat radiating from his body. Could see the faint shadow of stubble along his jaw. Could smell cedar and night air, and something uniquely him that made my pulse stutter. Vesper. My name again. In that voice that did strange things to my equilibrium, that made the world narrow to just this moment, just the two of us in an empty corridor. I'm sorry, I said, my voice breathier than I wanted. I wasn't watching where I was going. An Alpha King apologizing to a staff member. The absurdity of it almost made me laugh, except I couldn't laugh, couldn't breathe properly, couldn't think clearly with him this close. No, it was my fault. I was distracted. He released my arms but didn't step back, maintaining that small space between us that felt both too close and not close enough. He was dressed casually, dark pants, a simple shirt with the sleeves rolled to his elbows, revealing forearms corded with muscle and marked with scars that spoke of violence survived, of battles won at cost. How are you settling in? He asked, his voice lower now, more intimate. You and Kala?
Well.
Very well, actually. I forced myself to meet his eyes, to not show how much his proximity affected me, how his presence made my skin feel too warm and my thoughts scattered like startled birds. Thank you for all of this. The position, the housing, the school. It's more than I ever could have hoped for. You're earning it, he said, and there was something almost sharp in his tone, like he was offended on my behalf. Linnea tells me you're exceeding expectations, that you've already implemented several improvements to the scheduling system. Heat crept into my cheeks. I just saw some inefficiencies and thought, don't diminish your contributions. His voice held command now, authority that made my spine straighten instinctively. You're intelligent and capable. Own that, Vesper. We stood there in the corridor, the space between us charged with something I couldn't name, but could definitely feel, electricity that crawled across my skin, tension that made the air heavy. Other staff members passed, their curious glances sliding over us before they hurried on, and I knew this would fuel gossip. Being seen alone with the Alpha King, standing this close, would definitely generate speculation. I should step back.
Excuse me.
Maintain appropriate boundaries between employer and employee, between king and subject, between his world and mine. I didn't move. I should let you get back to Kala, he said finally, though he made no move to leave, his body angled toward mine like we were caught in some invisible orbit. Yes, I agreed, still not moving. She'll be waiting. Vesper. He said my name like a question, like a promise, like something weighted with meaning I didn't yet understand. I'm glad you're here. The way he said it, the quiet intensity, the hint of something vulnerable beneath the formality, made my breath catch. This felt like more than a king appreciating a competent employee. This felt personal in a way that both thrilled and terrified me. I'm glad too, I admitted, the words coming out softer than I'd intended, more honest than was probably wise. He nodded once, a sharp, decisive movement that spoke of decisions made and paths chosen. Then he stepped back, and the loss of his proximity felt almost physical, like something essential had been removed from the air between us, leaving it colder and emptier. He moved past me, his shoulder brushing mine for just a heartbeat, and then he was gone, his footsteps echoing down the corridor until silence returned. I stood there for a long time, my heart racing, my skin still tingling where he'd caught my arms, trying to understand what had just happened. Trying to convince myself I'd imagined the heat in his gaze, the reluctance in his departure, the way the air had felt charged with possibility. Trying to ignore the small, dangerous part of me that wanted him to come back. That wanted him to stay. That wanted things I had no right to want from a man so far above my station that we might as well exist in different realms entirely. I walked back to my suite slowly, my mind replaying every moment, every word, every look. Kala was waiting with Adelaide, both of them working on a puzzle spread across our table, and when my daughter looked up and smiled, I felt my heart squeeze with love and fear in equal measure. I'd come here for her, to give her a better life, to provide security and opportunity and everything poverty had stolen. I couldn't let myself be distracted by impossible attractions, by the way an Alpha King looked at me, by feelings that could only lead to complications and heartbreak, no matter how much a treacherous part of me wanted to. Chapter 4: Shadows and Steel. The following week brought tension to Nightshade Palace like storm clouds gathering on a distant horizon, subtle at first, then increasingly impossible to ignore. It started with small things. Guards doubled on morning patrols, their routes extending deeper into the palace grounds. Whispered conversations that stopped abruptly when staff approached. Even Linnea, normally unflappable in her efficiency, seemed on edge, her sharp eyes constantly scanning corridors as if expecting threats to materialize from shadows. I noticed it during my morning rounds. The way sentinels positioned themselves at every junction, the increased security checkpoints, the tension that made the air feel heavy and charged like the moment before lightning strikes. What's happening? I asked Malachi one morning when I found him personally checking the locks on the eastern wing doors. His scarred face was set in grim lines, his hand resting on the weapon at his belt with familiar ease. He hesitated, clearly weighing how much to tell me, how much a staff coordinator needed to know about matters that went beyond scheduling and supply management. Finally, he spoke, his voice low enough that only I could hear. There's been an incident. Rogues attacked a patrol on the southern border 2 nights ago. 3 guards were injured, one seriously. He paused, his expression darkening. His Majesty is displeased. The word felt inadequate for whatever emotion could make the entire palace hold its breath, could make battle-hardened warriors check locks with military precision, could make the very stones seem to vibrate with suppressed violence. Will there be more attacks? I asked, thinking of Kala, of the children at the palace school, of the staff who'd welcomed us with unexpected kindness. Unknown. Malachi's jaw tightened. But His Majesty isn't taking chances. Security protocols have been elevated until we understand the scope of the threat. That afternoon, an emergency staff meeting was called. Mandatory attendance, no exceptions. I left Kala with Adelaide, whose gentle presence had become a constant comfort, and made my way to the main hall with growing unease. The hall was already filling when I arrived, dozens of staff members crowding in, their faces reflecting the same confusion and concern I felt. The room buzzed with nervous speculation until the doors at the far end opened and silence fell like a physical force. Thane entered, flanked by his senior guards and several people I recognized as high-ranking advisors. But it was the Alpha King himself who commanded every eye, every breath, every heartbeat in that room. He looked different, harder. The man who'd bought Kala a birthday cake, who'd apologized for nearly running into me in the corridor. That man was gone. This was the ruler from the stories, the warrior who'd killed rival alphas and expanded his territory through strength and strategy. Cold, dangerous, absolutely in control. His dark eyes swept across the assembled staff with predatory precision, and I felt the weight of his attention even before his gaze found mine for just a moment. Something flickered in his expression, concern, maybe, or warning, before the cold mask returned. Most of you are aware of the attack on our southern border, he began, his voice carrying effortlessly across the hall, resonating with authority that made my spine straighten instinctively. What you may not know is that this was not a random incident. The rogues were organized, well-equipped, and specifically targeted our patrols. This suggests coordination, planning, intelligence. A ripple of unease moved through the crowd like wind across water. Organized rogues were far more dangerous than lone wolves operating out of desperation or madness. Organized meant purpose, meant resources, meant threat. The palace will be on heightened security until further notice, Thane continued, his expression carved from granite. No one enters or leaves without explicit permission and proper authorization. Staff quarters will have additional patrols. If you see anything unusual, anyone unfamiliar, any suspicious activity, you report it immediately to your supervisor or the nearest guard. He paused, letting the severity of his words sink in, letting us understand that this wasn't precaution but necessity. We are likely facing a coordinated threat. Your safety is my priority, but I need your vigilance, your awareness, your cooperation. After he dismissed us, the hall erupted into anxious chatter. I felt a hand on my arm. Malachi, his expression grave. His Majesty wants to see you. His private study.
Now.
My stomach dropped. Why? He didn't say. Malachi glanced around, ensuring no one was listening close enough to hear. But Vesper, be careful. He's different when threats emerge. More protective. Sometimes dangerously so. The walk to Thane's study felt longer than before, each step weighted with dread and anticipation in equal measure. What could he possibly need to discuss with me? I was just staff, insignificant in the larger machinery of palace politics and defense. Unless this was about Kala. Unless he thought we were somehow connected to the threat, somehow involved in whatever conspiracy threatened his territory. The guard at his door opened it without announcement, as I had expected. I stepped inside to find Thane standing at his window again, his hands clasped behind his back, his posture rigid with tension that seemed barely contained. "Close the door," he said without turning, his voice carrying an edge that made my pulse quicken. I did, the soft click seeming unnaturally loud in the quiet room. Your Majesty, Malachi said you wanted to. I'm moving you and Kala to the inner residential wing. He turned, and the intensity in his eyes stole my breath. Tonight, the eastern wing is too exposed, too accessible from the outer grounds. You'll have a suite near the royal family quarters where security is tighter. That's not necessary, I managed, my voice sounding weak even to my own ears. We're fine where we are. We don't need. It wasn't a request, Vesper. His voice was hard now, commanding, brooking no argument. You and Kala are under my protection now. That means I decide where you're safest. And you're not safe in the eastern wing. Something in his tone, in the possessive way he said my protection, in the fierce certainty that left no room for debate, sent warning bells ringing through my mind. This was more than general concern for staff safety. This was personal, specific, directed at us. Why? I asked quietly, forcing myself to meet his eyes despite every instinct that screamed to look away, to submit, to not challenge an alpha king. Why are you doing this? You're not just anything. He interrupted, moving toward me with predatory grace that made my breath catch. How many times do I have to tell you that before you believe it? He stopped close, too close, and I could see the conflict raging behind his eyes, the war between what he wanted to say and what he was allowing himself to reveal. Whatever he was feeling, whatever drove this protective instinct, it clearly ran deeper than he wanted to admit. Your Majesty. Thane. The word came out roughly, almost desperately. When we're alone, call me Thane. The intimacy of it, the boundary he was asking me to cross, the formality he was demanding I shed, made my pulse thunder in my ears. This was dangerous territory. He was the Alpha King. I was a widow employed by the palace. Whatever this growing tension between us was, it couldn't lead anywhere good. But when I opened my mouth to refuse, to maintain appropriate distance, what came out instead was, Thane. His eyes darkened at the sound of his name on my lips, pupils dilating until the amber flecks seemed to glow. For a heartbeat, I thought he might close the remaining distance between us, might do something that would irrevocably change the nature of our relationship. Instead, he stepped back, jaw tight, hands clenching and unclenching at his sides like he was physically restraining himself. The move will happen tonight, he said, his voice carefully controlled again, emotion locked back behind walls of authority. Guards will help transport your belongings. You'll be safer there. Kala will be safer there. He said it like a vow, like a promise he was making to himself as much as to me. And despite all my reservations, despite knowing this was complicated in ways I didn't fully understand, I felt something warm unfurl in my chest. Someone was protecting us. Someone powerful enough to make that protection mean something. For a woman who'd spent 2 years feeling invisible and vulnerable, that was a dangerous thing to offer. It was also nearly impossible to resist. Thank you, I whispered, the words inadequate for what I was feeling, gratitude and fear and confusion and something else, something that felt dangerously like hope. Don't thank me. His voice was rough, raw. Just stay safe. Keep Kala safe. That's all I ask. The suite in the inner residential wing was absurd in its luxury. High ceilings decorated with intricate moldings that looked hand-carved, windows that overlooked private gardens instead of public courtyards, furniture that belonged in museums rather than staff housing. Kala's room had a canopy bed draped in fabric so soft it felt like touching clouds, and when she saw it, she actually gasped. Mama, she whispered, her voice small and awed. Are you sure this is for us? Are you sure we're allowed to be here? I'm sure, baby. I pulled her close, breathing in her sweetness, her innocence that somehow survived despite everything we'd been through. This is our home now. Our home. The words felt strange on my tongue. Home had been a crumbling apartment in Hollow's End, had been poverty and struggle, and making do with nothing. This place, with its luxury and beauty and proximity to royalty, didn't feel real. That night, after Kala finally fell asleep in her princess bed, I stood at the window looking out at moonlit gardens that seemed designed for fairy tales. I could see guards patrolling below, their movements precise and vigilant, protecting the palace and everyone within it. Protecting us. A soft knock interrupted my thoughts. I opened the door expecting a guard with instructions about tomorrow's schedule, but found Malachi instead, his scarred face apologetic. "I'm sorry for the late hour," he said, holding out a small wrapped package. His Majesty asked me to deliver this. He wanted to ensure Kala had something to help her feel settled in her new room. Inside was another stuffed animal, this time a small silver fox with intelligent amber eyes that caught the light. There was a note in that same elegant script. For Kala. May she always feel safe, no matter where she sleeps. Tien. My throat tightened. This man, this powerful, dangerous king, was thinking about my daughter's comfort in the middle of a security crisis. The contradiction between his reputation and his actions toward us was becoming impossible to ignore. "Please thank him," I said quietly, my voice thick with emotion I couldn't quite name. Malachi nodded, but didn't leave immediately. "Mrs. Ashmore. Vesper." His expression shifted to something more serious, more personal. "His Majesty doesn't do things like this. Moving staff to royal quarters, personal gifts, the attention he's shown you and your daughter." He stopped, choosing his words carefully. "Just be aware that people will talk. Some will be jealous. Others will assume things that may or may not be true. And what do you assume?" I asked, meeting his scarred eyes directly. "I assume," he said slowly, "that His Majesty sees something in you that he doesn't see in others. Whether that's simply recognition of your worth as a person or something more." He shrugged. "That's between you and him. But be careful, Vesper. Proximity to power can be as dangerous as it is protective." After he left, I sat on the edge of my bed, turning the silver fox over in my hands. What was happening here? What was Thane doing? And more importantly, what did he want? The practical part of me, the part that had survived widowhood and poverty, screamed warnings about getting too close to fire. But another part, smaller and quieter, whispered that maybe this fire might keep us warm instead of burning us. That maybe, impossibly, this could be something more than charity or obligation. Maybe the way he looked at me, like I mattered, like I was worth protecting, like I was worth seeing, meant something deeper than either of us was ready to acknowledge. I placed the silver fox on Kala's pillow where she'd find it in the morning, then returned to the window. Somewhere in this vast palace, Thane was awake too, probably coordinating defenses, strategizing responses to threats I couldn't begin to understand. Was he thinking about us? About me? The thought made my skin feel too warm, made my pulse quicken in ways that had nothing to do with fear, and everything to do with want, dangerous, impossible want that I had no right to feel. But feeling it anyway. Days passed in strange suspension. The palace remained on high alert, but no new attacks came. I threw myself into work, maintaining routines even as everything felt shifted and uncertain. My new suite was closer to administrative offices, making mornings easier, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, protected, yes, but also observed. Kala adjusted to our new quarters with the easy adaptability of children, treating the luxury as simply her new normal. She loved the gardens visible from our windows, loved that Adelaide now met her directly at our door instead of having to navigate palace corridors alone. I saw Thane only in passing, glimpses in corridors, his voice carrying from meeting rooms I passed, his presence felt even when not seen. Each time our eyes met, even briefly, I felt that same electric charge, that same sense of something unspoken building between us like pressure before a storm. Then, exactly 1 week after we'd moved to the royal wing, I received another summons. Not a request. A summons.
Dinner.
My private dining room. 8 o'clock.
Tien.
I stared at the note, my heart racing. This was crossing lines that hadn't even been drawn yet. Private dinners weren't something kings shared with staff members. This was personal, intimate, dangerous. I should decline, make an excuse, maintain boundaries that protected both of us from whatever this was becoming. Instead, I wore my best dress, the one that still wasn't quite nice enough but was the closest I had, and arrived at 7:58, my pulse thundering, my hands trembling slightly. The private dining room was smaller than I'd expected, designed for comfort rather than ceremony. A table set for two, candles providing soft light that cast dancing shadows on walls, windows open to let in cool evening air that smelled of night-blooming flowers. And Thane, standing when I entered, wearing simple dark clothes that somehow made him look more intimidating than any formal attire could. Power contained in casual elegance, danger dressed in silk and shadows. "You came," he said, and there was relief in his voice, a vulnerability that made my chest ache. "You summoned me," I replied, trying to keep my tone light despite the way my heart was racing. Did I have a choice? Always. He moved to pull out my chair with courtly grace that seemed natural as breathing. "With me, Vesper, you always have a choice." The meal was extraordinary, food I couldn't name, but that melted on my tongue, wine that tasted like summer evenings and promises neither of us should make. We ate in silence at first, the weight of unspoken things making conversation feel impossible. Finally, he set down his fork and looked at me directly, and the intensity in his gaze made it hard to breathe. "I owe you an explanation." "For which part?" I asked, my voice steadier than I felt. "The job, the housing, moving us to royal quarters, this dinner, all of it?" He leaned back, and I watched him struggle with how to begin, watched vulnerability war with control, watched a king become simply a man trying to find words for feelings he didn't quite understand himself. "When I heard you in the marketplace," he said finally, "asking for expired cake for your daughter, something inside me shifted. I've spent years making decisions that affect thousands, dealing with politics and power plays and threats. But in that moment, hearing your voice, seeing your love for Kala despite your circumstances." He stopped, shook his head. "It reminded me of what actually matters." "So, this is charity?" I asked, trying to keep the hurt from my voice, trying to protect myself from hoping for something more.
"No."
The word was sharp, definitive, almost angry. "This is recognition. You're smart, capable, strong in ways that have nothing to do with physical power. You're exactly the kind of person who should be supported, elevated, protected." He paused, and when he spoke again, his voice was quieter, more vulnerable. "And you make me feel something I haven't felt in a very long time." My breath caught. "What?" "Human," he said simply. "Like I'm more than just a king, more than just a weapon for my people to wield against threats. When I'm near you, I remember there's a person underneath all of this, someone who can feel and want and need things beyond duty and power." The vulnerability in his admission was staggering. This was the Alpha King, feared and respected across the 7 realms, admitting that he felt lost in his own role. That somehow, impossibly, I helped ground him. "Thane." I said his name carefully, watching how his eyes darkened when I used it, how his body tensed like he was restraining himself from something. "I don't understand what you want from me." He stood, moving around the table to kneel beside my chair, bringing us to eye level. This close, I could see the exhaustion etched around his eyes, the burden he carried in the set of his shoulders, the loneliness that lived beneath power and authority. "I want to know you," he said simply, his voice raw with honesty. "I want to hear about Kala's day and what makes you laugh. I want to understand how someone who's lost so much can still be so full of grace and strength. He stopped, jaw clenching, like the words were fighting to escape despite his best efforts to contain them. "I want things I probably have no right to want," he finished quietly. My hand moved before I could stop it, reaching out to touch his face. His eyes closed at the contact, and I felt him lean into my palm like a man starving for gentle touch, for softness in a world that demanded only hardness from him. "What if I want those things too?" I whispered, the admission terrifying and liberating in equal measure. His eyes opened, and the heat in them made my breath catch, made every nerve ending come alive. "Then we're both in dangerous territory." "I've been in danger before," I said, my voice steady despite the way my heart was racing. "I've survived worse than wanting something I shouldn't have." He turned his face to press a kiss to my palm, and the tenderness of it nearly undid me. This wasn't the brutal king from stories. This was a man capable of profound gentleness, of careful consideration, of holding immense power with impossible restraint. Vesper. He breathed against my skin, and my name had never sounded like that before, like prayer and promise and plea all at once. If we do this, if we explore what this is between us, there will be complications. People will talk. Some will try to use you against me. You and Kala could become targets. We're already targets, I pointed out, my thumb brushing across his cheekbone. You moved us to royal quarters because of security threats. At least this way. If there's danger, there's also this. This, he repeated, something almost like wonder in his voice. He stood, pulling me up with him, and suddenly we were close enough that I could feel his heartbeat, could see the way his pupils had dilated, could sense the restraint it took for him not to close the remaining distance between us. I should go, I said, not moving, my body refusing to obey the command my mind was giving. You should, he agreed, not releasing me, his hands warm on my arms. We stood like that, balanced on the edge of something that felt inevitable and terrifying. Then, with visible effort, he stepped back. Go, he said roughly, his voice strained. Before I forget how to be careful with things that matter. I left, my legs shaking, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might escape my chest. Behind me, I heard something crash, a glass, maybe, or a plate, and his frustrated curse that spoke of control barely maintained. Whatever was happening between us, it was real, powerful, completely impossible to ignore any longer. And as I walked back to my suite through moonlit corridors, I knew with absolute certainty that nothing would ever be the same. Chapter 5. Blood and Moonlight. The next morning brought chaos. I woke to urgent pounding on my door, not the polite knock of Adelaide arriving for Kala, but aggressive hammering that spoke of emergency, of crisis, of danger. My heart leapt into my throat as I threw on a robe and stumbled to the door, Kala stirring in confusion behind me. A guard I didn't recognize stood there, his face pale with urgency, his uniform disheveled like he'd been running. Mrs. Ashmore, you and your daughter need to come with me.
Now.
There's been a breach. The words hit me like ice water. What kind of breach? Rogues. Inside the palace grounds. His eyes darted down the corridor, scanning for threats I couldn't see. His Majesty has ordered all non-essential personnel to the secure wing. Quickly, please. I grabbed Kala, wrapping her in a blanket still warm from sleep, and ran. The corridors were controlled chaos, guards rushing past with weapons drawn, staff being herded toward designated safe areas, the distant sound of something that might have been fighting, might have been violence, might have been death. Kala clung to me, her small body trembling, and I held her tighter, whispering reassurances I didn't entirely believe. It's okay, baby. We're safe. Everything's going to be okay. But nothing felt okay. Nothing felt safe. The secure wing was deep in the palace's interior, a reinforced space designed to withstand sieges, with walls that could probably survive direct assault. Dozens of staff and their families were already there, fear evident on every face, children crying, adults trying to maintain calm while panic simmered just beneath the surface. I found a corner and settled with Kala, stroking her hair, singing softly to calm her racing heart. Around us, the sound of anxious whispers mixed with muffled footsteps from guards patrolling outside, creating a symphony of terror barely contained. Hours passed. We heard nothing, knew nothing. The uncertainty was almost worse than actual danger, imagination filling silence with horrors that might be worse than reality. I kept thinking about Thane. Was he fighting? Was he safe? The thought of him injured, or worse, made my chest constrict with fear that had nothing to do with my own safety and everything to do with him. When did that happen? When had I started caring about the Alpha King's well-being as more than just our protector, more than just the man who'd given us security and opportunity? When had he become Thane to me, not just in private moments, but in my heart? Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Malachi appeared in the doorway. His uniform was torn, blood, not his own, I hoped, splattered across his chest. But he was smiling, exhausted but victorious. "It's over," he announced to the room, and the collective exhale was audible. "The rogues have been captured or driven off. His Majesty is unharmed. You're safe to return to your quarters." Relief flooded through me so intensely it made me dizzy. Unharmed. He was unharmed. But Malachi's eyes found mine across the crowded room, and something in his expression made my stomach drop. "Mrs. Ashmore, His Majesty is asking for you." I hesitated, not wanting to leave Calla. But Adelaide was there, materializing as if summoned, her kind face creased with concern but steady and reliable. "I'll stay with her," she promised, already moving to Calla's side.
Go.
"He needs to see you." The corridors outside the secure wing showed evidence of violence. Scorch marks on walls, broken furniture, the metallic smell of blood that made my stomach turn. Guards were already cleaning up, removing debris, restoring order with military efficiency. But it was clear something terrible had happened here. Something violent and dangerous and far too close. Malachi led me to the war room, a space I'd never seen before, filled with maps and tactical displays and the instruments of strategy and defense. Thane stood at the center, issuing orders to his commanders, his voice sharp and authoritative, every inch the warrior king. But when I entered, when his eyes found mine, everything else seemed to fade. "Leave us," he commanded, and his guards exchanged glances but obeyed, filing out until we were alone. The moment the door closed, he crossed the room in 3 strides and pulled me into his arms. The embrace was desperate, all pretense of appropriate distance abandoned. I felt him shaking, this powerful man who commanded armies, trembling as he held me. "You're safe," he breathed into my hair, his voice rough with emotion barely contained. "Thank the gods, you're safe." "So are you," I whispered back, my hands fisting in his torn shirt, feeling the solid warmth of him, the proof that he'd survived whatever violence had occurred. I was so afraid. "I know." He pulled back just enough to cup my face, his thumbs brushing across my cheekbones with devastating tenderness. "I know, because I felt the same terror. The thought of them reaching Calla." His jaw clenched, muscles jumping beneath skin. I would have burned the entire palace down before I let that happen. The intensity of his words, the raw emotion in his eyes, told me everything I needed to know about what I meant to him. This wasn't charity or simple attraction. This was something deeper, something that had been building since that first moment in the marketplace. "Thane." I said his name like a prayer, like a question, like an answer all at once. He kissed me. It wasn't gentle or tentative or careful. It was fierce and demanding, a declaration that carried the weight of everything unspoken between us, everything we'd been dancing around, everything we'd been too afraid to name. I kissed him back with equal intensity, my hands sliding into his dark hair, pulling him closer, pouring 2 years of loneliness and loss and desperate hope into the contact. He tasted like copper and smoke and something indefinably him, and I felt like I was falling and flying simultaneously. When we finally broke apart, both breathing hard, he pressed his forehead to mine. The gesture was intimate and vulnerable, a king letting down his guard completely. "I can't pretend anymore," he said roughly, his voice raw. "I can't pretend you're just staff, just someone I'm helping. You're more than that. You've been more than that since I first heard your voice." "I know," I whispered, my heart racing. "I feel it too. This connection, this pull. It terrifies me." "Good." His laugh was shaky, unsteady. "Because it terrifies me too. But Vesper, I'm tired of being alone. I'm tired of carrying everything by myself. He stopped, searching for words adequate to what he was feeling. "I want you beside me," he finished. "Not as staff, not as some hidden thing, but as my partner. My equal. My chosen mate." My breath caught. Chosen mate. The words carried weight in werewolf culture. More than marriage, more than partnership. A bond that ran soul deep, that declared to the world, "This person is mine, and I am theirs." "You're talking about making me your queen?" I said, the words barely audible. I'm talking about building a life together, he corrected, his voice steady despite the emotion in his eyes. About giving Kala not just security, but a family. About choosing each other every day despite the complications and the dangers and the gossip. It was too much, too fast, too impossible. Queens came from noble families, from political alliances, from carefully arranged matches that benefited kingdoms and consolidated power. They didn't come from the slums, didn't arrive as widowed staff members begging for expired cake. But when I looked into his eyes, when I felt the sincerity of his offer, the genuine hope and fear warring in his expression, I realized something crucial. None of that mattered.
Not to him.
Not really. People will never accept it, I said quietly, voicing the practical concerns that screamed in my mind. They'll say I manipulated you, used Kala to trap you into. Let them talk. His voice was hard now, commanding, carrying the authority of a king who'd never asked permission for anything. I am the Alpha King. I don't need permission or approval to choose my mate. And anyone who questions my choice will answer me directly. The protective fury in his tone made me believe him. This man would defend his decisions, would defend me, against anyone, even his own people. What about Kala? I asked, my voice thick with emotion. This would make her a princess. It would change everything for her. It would make her my daughter, he said simply, and the certainty in his voice made tears sting my eyes. If she'll have me, Vesper. I don't just want you. I want both of you. I want to give her everything. Education, protection, opportunities, love. I want to be what her father can't be anymore. The generosity of it, the completeness of his offer, was almost too much to bear. He wasn't just offering me a crown. He was offering Emma a father, a future, a chance at the kind of life I never dared dream possible for her. Say yes, he urged, his hands framing my face again, his eyes holding mine with desperate intensity. Say you'll take this leap with me. Say you'll let me love you both. I thought about Kala sleeping peacefully in our suite, about the stuffed animals he'd given her, about every small kindness he'd shown us. I thought about his vulnerability in admitting his loneliness, his courage in risking rejection, his willingness to defy convention for something real. I thought about how alive I felt when I was near him, how seen and valued and cherished. How the impossible had become possible the moment he'd noticed me in that marketplace. Yes, I whispered, the word barely audible but carrying the weight of everything I was choosing, everything I was risking, everything I was hoping for. His smile transformed his face, replacing the careful control he usually maintained with genuine joy that made him look younger, lighter, free. Yes. Yes, I said again. Stronger this time, more certain. Yes, Thane. To all of it. He kissed me again, slower this time, deeper, like he was memorizing the taste of this moment, the feel of my acceptance, the beginning of something neither of us fully understood but both were willing to risk everything for. When he pulled back, his eyes were bright with emotion barely contained. I'll do this properly, he promised, his voice thick. Formal announcement, public ceremony, everything. But Vesper, in my heart, you've been mine since that day in the marketplace. Since I heard you ask for cake for your daughter and realized there was still goodness in this world worth protecting. And you've been mine, I admit it, the words feeling both terrifying and liberating, since you looked at me like I mattered. Like I was worth seeing. We stood there in the war room, surrounded by maps and weapons and the instruments of power, and created something soft and fragile and infinitely precious. Hope. Connection. Love. The palace would talk. The nobles would object. There would be complications and challenges and dangers we couldn't yet foresee. But in that moment, held in the arms of a king who'd chosen to see me when the world looked through me, I believed we could face anything. Together. That evening, after Kala had fallen asleep clutching both her stuffed animals, the wolf and the fox, symbols of protection from a man who was about to become her father, Thane came to our suite. Not as a king making a formal visit, but as a man seeking connection, seeking family, seeking home. He knocked softly, and when I opened the door, he looked almost uncertain, an expression I'd never seen on him before. May I come in? He asked, as if he didn't have the right to enter anywhere he wished in his own palace. Always, I said, stepping aside. He moved to where Calla slept, standing over her with an expression that made my chest ache. Tenderness mixed with determination, love mixed with fierce protectiveness. She's beautiful, he said quietly, like her mother. She's everything to me, I whispered. My whole world. I know. He turned to face me, and in his eyes I saw understanding, saw recognition of what he was asking me to share, what responsibility he was taking on. And I promise you, Vesper, I will protect her as fiercely as you do. I will give her every opportunity, every advantage, every dream she's capable of dreaming. She will never want for anything again. She already has what matters most, I said, moving to stand beside him. Love. Safety. Someone who sees her worth. Then I'll make sure she never loses those things. He reached for my hand, lacing our fingers together. We'll build something good here. Something lasting. A family forged from loss and loneliness into something stronger than either of us could create alone. We stood there in the quiet darkness, watching Calla sleep, and I felt the final pieces of my shattered life clicking into place. Not repaired to what they'd been before, but reformed into something new, something better, something that felt like hope was real. When do we tell her? I asked. Whenever you're ready, he said. There's no rush. Let her adjust to this new reality before we add more changes. But as if sensing we were talking about her, Calla stirred. Her eyes opened, focusing on the tall figure standing beside her bed, and for a moment I saw confusion flicker across her face. Then recognition. Then something that looked like cautious hope. Mama, she said sleepily. Is everything okay? Everything's perfect, baby, I assured her, moving to sit on the edge of her bed. Thane just came to check on us. To make sure we're safe. Calla looked at him with those two wise eyes, studying him with the intensity children bring to important decisions. You protected us today, she said. From the bad wolves. I did, he confirmed, kneeling beside her bed to bring himself to her eye level. And I always will, Calla. I promise you that. Why? She asked, the question heartbreakingly direct. He glanced at me, seeking permission, and I nodded. Let him answer honestly. Let her hear the truth from the man who wanted to be her father. Because you and your mother are important to me, he said simply. Because I care about you both very much. And because I'd like to be part of your family, if you'll let me. Calla was quiet for a long moment, processing this information with the seriousness it deserved. Then she said, like a father? Yes, he said, his voice steady despite the emotion I could see in his eyes. Exactly like a father. If that's something you'd want. She looked at me again, seeking guidance, and I stroked her hair with trembling fingers. It's your choice, sweetheart. No one will force you into anything you don't want. Calla turned back to Thane, studying him with intensity that would have been unsettling if it weren't so earnest. Then, slowly, she reached out and took his hand. I'd like that, she said quietly. I miss having a father. And you seem nice. You give good presents. Thane laughed, the sound raw with emotion. I'll give you all the presents you want, and all the love and protection and support you need. That's a promise, Calla. One I'll never break. Okay, she said, smiling now, her natural brightness returning. Then yes, you can be my father. I watched Thane's face transform, saw vulnerability and joy and fierce determination all at once. He squeezed Calla's hand gently, then leaned forward to press a kiss to her forehead. Thank you, he whispered, for giving me this chance. I won't waste it. Calla yawned, already drifting back toward sleep, secure in the knowledge that she was protected, loved, chosen. Night, Mama. Night, Thane. Good night, little one, he said, standing but not releasing her hand until she was fully asleep again. When we returned to the sitting room, he pulled me into his arms, and I felt wetness on his cheeks, tears he wasn't bothering to hide. She said yes. He breathed, his voice breaking. She called me. She said I could be her father. She trusts you. I said, my own tears falling freely now. We both do. I won't fail you, he promised, fierce and certain. Either of you. This family we're building, I'll protect it with everything I am. And standing there in our suite, wrapped in the arms of a king who'd chosen to love broken things back to wholeness, I believed him. Chapter 6. Whispers in the Court. The announcement came 3 days later. 3 days of Thane visiting our suite each evening, of quiet dinners where Calla chatted about her school day, and he listened with genuine interest, of stolen moments where his hand would find mine and squeeze gently, reminding me this was real. 3 days of Adelaide's knowing smiles and Malachi's protective hovering, and Linnea's increasingly curious glances that suggested palace gossip had already begun weaving stories about the Alpha King's unusual interest in a widow from Hollow's End. 3 days of feeling like I was living in a dream that might shatter at any moment. Then Thane summoned the entire court to the grand hall for what he called an announcement of significance. The formal language, the mandatory attendance, it sent ripples of speculation through the palace like stones dropped in still water. I stood in our suite, staring at the dress that had been delivered that morning. Midnight blue silk that fit perfectly despite me never being measured, elegant without being ostentatious, clearly expensive, but not gaudy. A note had accompanied it in Thane's familiar script. For today, you are not a subject making an appearance before her king. You are my chosen about to be presented to our people. Wear this with pride.
T.
You look beautiful, Mama, Calla said, watching me with wide eyes from where she sat on the sofa. She wore a new dress too, soft pink with silver embroidery that made her look like the princess she was about to become. You look like a fairy tale, I told her, my voice thick with emotion. My beautiful, brave girl. A knock interrupted us. Malachi, in full ceremonial uniform, his scarred face serious, but not unkind. It's time, Mrs. Ashmore. His Majesty is waiting. The walk to the grand hall felt endless and too short simultaneously. My heart hammered against my ribs with each step, and I kept one hand clasped in Calla's, drawing strength from her small, steady presence. The hall was already filled when we arrived, nobles in their finest attire, high-ranking pack members radiating power and status, advisors and officials who'd served the crown for decades. Hundreds of eyes turned toward us as we entered, and the whispers began immediately. Who is she? Why is she here? Is that the staff coordinator? The widow from the Eastern Wing? What could this possibly be about? Thane stood at the front of the hall on a raised dais, wearing formal royal attire that made him look every inch the powerful king he was. Dark ceremonial robes edged in silver, the crown of the Shadow Territories resting on his dark hair, an aura of command that made the very air feel heavy. But when his eyes found mine across the crowded hall, his expression softened into something warm and private, meant only for me. Malachi guided us forward through the crowd that parted reluctantly, their curiosity and confusion palpable. I held Calla's hand tighter, feeling her tremble slightly, and whispered, "You're safe. I'm right here. We're both safe." We stopped at the base of the dais, and Thane descended the steps with fluid grace, closing the distance between us. He took my free hand in his, the gesture intimate and deliberate, and turned to face the assembled court. "I have called you here today," he began, his voice carrying easily across the hall with that resonance that commanded absolute attention, "to share news that affects not just the crown, but the future of our territory." The hall fell silent. Even the whispers stopped, replaced by tension so thick I could taste it. "Many of you know that I have ruled alone since taking the throne," Thane continued, "without a mate, without an heir. Some have urged me to consider political alliances, strategic marriages that would benefit our territory through connections and power." I felt Calla press closer to my side, felt my own anxiety spike. Where was he going with this? "I have rejected those suggestions," he said, his voice hardening slightly, "because I refuse to treat something as sacred as a mate bond as a political tool. I refuse to choose power over connection, strategy over genuine partnership." His hand tightened on mine, and he looked down at me with an expression that made my breath catch. open affection mixed with fierce determination. "Several weeks ago, I met a woman in the marketplace," he said, and shocked murmurs rippled through the crowd. "A widow. A mother struggling to provide for her daughter. A woman who asked for expired cake rather than steal a fresh one. A woman who showed me that true strength isn't found in dominance or power, but in grace under impossible circumstances." He pulled me up the steps to stand beside him, and I felt every eye in the hall boring into me with intensity that made my skin prickle. "This is Vesper Ashmore," Thane announced, his voice ringing with authority that brooked no argument. "And I am claiming her as my chosen mate, my partner, my queen." The hall erupted. Shocked gasps, outraged whispers, a few scattered objections that rose above the general chaos. I saw nobles exchanging horrified glances, saw advisors shaking their heads, saw the old guard, those who'd served the crown for generations, looking genuinely appalled. "Your Majesty," an older man stepped forward, his ceremonial robes marking him as one of the High Council. "Surely you must reconsider. A queen must come from noble bloodlines, must bring political advantages, must." "Must what?" Thane's voice cut through the objection like a blade, sharp and dangerous. "Must it be approved by you? Must meet standards set by tradition rather than worth? Must it be chosen for politics rather than partnership?" He turned to face the crowd fully, still holding my hand, and the power radiating from him made several nobles step back instinctively. "I am the Alpha King," he said, each word weighted with absolute authority. "I have expanded our territory, defended our borders, brought prosperity and security to our people. I have earned the right to choose my own mate based on my own judgment. And I choose Vesper." Another council member spoke up, a woman with steel-gray hair and cold eyes. "But Your Majesty, she has no connections, no family of note, no." "She has strength," Thane interrupted, his voice hard. "She has intelligence. She has grace under pressure and love that extends beyond herself. She has survived loss and poverty and still maintained her dignity and her kindness. Those qualities matter more than bloodlines or political connections." He paused, letting his words sink in, letting the court see his absolute certainty. "Furthermore," he continued, his tone softening slightly, "I am formally adopting her daughter, Calla, as my heir. She will be recognized as Princess of the Shadow Territories, with all rights and protections that title carries." Calla gasped beside me, her small hand squeezing mine with surprised joy. I looked down at her and saw wonder spreading across her face, saw childhood dreams she'd never dared voice suddenly becoming reality. The court's reaction was even more explosive. This wasn't just about Thane choosing an inappropriate mate. This was about succession, about the throne itself, about power and legacy. "This is madness," someone shouted from the back. "You cannot simply elevate a common child." "I can." Thane's voice dropped to something dangerous, something that made the temperature in the hall seem to plummet. "And I have. Anyone who wishes to challenge my decision is welcome to do so formally. Through traditional means." The threat was clear. Traditional challenge meant combat to the death. No one moved. No one spoke. "Good," Thane said, satisfaction evident in his tone. "Then we understand each other. The bonding ceremony will take place in 3 months. During that time, Vesper will be instructed in protocol and royal duties. Calla will continue her education with additional tutoring appropriate to her new status. And all of you will show them the respect their positions demand." He turned to me, his expression softening again, becoming private despite the hundreds watching. "Vesper Ashmore, before these witnesses, I claim you as my chosen mate. Will you accept this bond? Will you stand beside me as my partner and equal?" My throat was tight with emotion, my eyes stinging with tears I was trying desperately not to shed in front of this hostile crowd. But when I looked into his eyes, saw the hope and vulnerability there, saw the man behind the crown offering me everything, I knew my answer had never been in doubt. "Yes," I said, my voice steady despite everything. "I accept. I will stand beside you. I will be your partner, and your equal, and your mate." The formal words of acceptance rippled through the crowd, binding in ways that went beyond simple agreement. This was pack law, werewolf tradition as old as the territories themselves. Thane pulled me closer and kissed me, not with a desperate passion from the war room, but with tender certainty, a public declaration that this was real, this was happening, this was forever. When we broke apart, the hall was silent. Some faces showed grudging acceptance, others barely concealed hostility, a few genuine curiosity about this woman who'd somehow captured their king's heart. But Thane didn't seem to care about their reactions. He lifted Kala onto the dais beside us, kneeling to her level with the same respect he'd show any dignitary. "Princess Kala," he said formally, and she giggled at the title. "Do you accept me as your father? Do you grant me the right to protect you, guide you, and love you as my own daughter?" Kala looked at me, seeking one final confirmation, and I nodded through my tears. She turned back to Thane with a smile that could have lit the darkest night. "Yes," she said clearly, her child's voice carrying across the hall with surprising strength. "I accept. You can be my father." Thane gathered her into his arms, holding her close, and I saw his shoulders shake slightly with emotion he wasn't bothering to hide. When he stood, keeping Kala in his arms, he addressed the court one final time. "This is my family," he said simply. "My mate and my daughter. They are under my protection, under the crown's protection. Anyone who threatens them threatens me directly. Anyone who disrespects them disrespects the throne. Remember that." The warning was clear, the threat unmistakable. And as Malachi began formally dismissing the court, I felt the weight of what we'd just done settle over me like a mantle. I was going to be queen. Kala was going to be a princess. We were going to be a family. The aftermath was predictably complicated. Over the following days, the palace divided into clear factions. Some staff members treated me with cautious respect, adapting quickly to the new reality. Others maintained careful distance, unwilling to fully accept a former colleague as their future queen. The nobles were worse. I received cold stares in the corridors, overheard whispered conversations that stopped abruptly when I approached, and felt the weight of their judgment and resentment like physical pressure. But Thane was unwavering in his support. He kept me close, included me in meetings where my presence clearly made advisors uncomfortable, and sought my opinion on matters of state as if I had every right to be heard. "They'll adjust," he told me one evening as we walked through the private gardens, Kala running ahead to chase butterflies. "They always do. Change is uncomfortable, but it's necessary. Some of them hate me," I said quietly. "I can see it in their faces. They think I've manipulated you, used Kala to trap you into this. Let them think what they want." His voice was hard. "Their opinions don't change reality. You are my chosen mate. That's final. But Thane..." He stopped walking, turning to face me fully. "Vesper, do you regret saying yes?" "No." The word came out fierce, immediate. "Never. Not for a single second." "Then that's all that matters." He cupped my face, thumbs brushing across my cheekbones with devastating tenderness. "We'll face this together. Every challenge, every complication, every person who objects. Together. Together." The word had become a promise between us, a reminder that we weren't alone anymore, that we'd chosen to face whatever came as partners. But the challenges kept coming. A week after the announcement, I was summoned to meet with a royal protocol instructor, a severe woman named Celeste who looked at me like I was a particularly difficult stain she'd been tasked with removing. "You have 3 months to learn decades of protocol," she said, her tone making clear what she thought of those odds. "Formal address, court etiquette, diplomatic procedures, ceremonial traditions. It's an impossible task." "Then I'll work impossibly hard," I replied, refusing to be intimidated. Something flickered in her cold eyes. Surprise, maybe, or grudging respect. "We'll see. Let's begin with basic forms of address." The lessons were grueling. Hours each day memorizing protocols that seemed designed to confuse, learning the intricate dance of court politics, studying the histories of noble families whose members barely concealed their disdain for me. But I threw myself into it with desperate determination. I would not embarrass Thane. I would not give his detractors ammunition to use against him. I would prove that his choice had been worthy. Calla, meanwhile, thrived in her new role. She took to royal life with the adaptability of children, absorbing etiquette lessons like games, charming even the stiffest tutors with her genuine sweetness. Watching her blossom, seeing her confidence grow, her natural brightness no longer dimmed by poverty and fear, made every challenge worthwhile. She's remarkable, Thane said one evening, watching her demonstrate a perfect curtsy she'd learned that day. Just like her mother. She's had good examples, I replied. You're wonderful with her, Thane. Patient and kind, and everything a father should be. I love her, he said simply, the admission carrying weight that made my chest ache. Already. As if she'd always been mine. It was in moments like these, watching him with Calla, seeing the family we were building, that I let myself believe this might actually work. That we might overcome the obstacles, might prove the doubters wrong, might create something lasting and beautiful from this impossible beginning. But the universe, it seemed, had other plans. 2 weeks after the announcement, during one of my protocol lessons, Malachi burst into the room with an urgency that made my stomach drop. Mrs. Ashmore, Vesper, you need to come with me. Now. What's wrong? Is it Thane? Is it Calla? Calla's fine. She's with Adelaide. But there's been an incident. His Majesty needs you. I ran. Through corridors that seemed to stretch forever, past guards standing at rigid attention, my heart hammering with fear and dread. Malachi led me to Thane's private study, where voices raised in argument echoed through the heavy door. Cannot simply ignore tradition. The council has rights, has responsibilities. The council serves at my pleasure. Thane's voice cut through, cold and dangerous. And if you cannot accept my decisions, you are welcome to resign your position. Malachi knocked once and opened the door without waiting for permission. Inside, Thane stood behind his desk, face carved for mice, while 3 council members faced him with varying expressions of outrage and concern. You summoned me? I said, my voice steadier than I felt. Yes. Thane moved around the desk, coming to stand beside me, his hand finding mine automatically. It seems some members of the council have concerns they wish to voice. About our bonding. About Calla's adoption. About the future of the territory. The oldest council member, the one who'd objected during the announcement, stepped forward. Your Majesty, we simply feel that more time is needed. That perhaps a trial period. A trial period? Thane's voice could have frozen fire. You want me to put my mate and daughter on trial? To prove their worth to you? Not a trial, Your Majesty. Just time. To allow the court to adjust, to allow.
No.
The word was flat, final. I will not subject my family to your scrutiny, will not allow you to treat them as anything less than what they are. Vesper is my chosen mate. Calla is my daughter. Those facts are not negotiable. Your Majesty, the female council member interjected, her tone slightly softer. We are concerned about succession. About stability. If something were to happen to you, having an heir from... From what? I interrupted, surprising myself with my boldness. From common blood? From poverty? From a background that doesn't meet your standards? All eyes turned to me, shock evident on the council members' faces. It was clear they hadn't expected me to speak, hadn't anticipated that I might have opinions on my own fate. My daughter, I continued, my voice growing stronger, is intelligent, kind, brave, and resilient. She has survived more hardship in her 7 years than most nobles face in their entire lives. Those experiences have made her strong.
Compassionate.
Exactly the kind of leader this territory needs. Mrs. Ashmore, soon to be Queen Vesper, Thane interjected, pride evident in his voice. And she's right. Calla's background is a strength, not a weakness. She understands struggle.
She knows what it means to go without.
She will rule with compassion because she's experienced life without it. The council members exchanged glances, clearly unprepared for this united front. We simply urge caution. The oldest one tried again. Tradition exists for reasons. And tradition evolves, Thane said firmly. or dies. The choice is yours. Adapt to this new reality, or step aside for those who can. The threat was clear. After a long, tense moment, the council members bowed stiffly and withdrew, their displeasure evident in every line of their bodies. When the door closed behind them, Thane pulled me into his arms with desperate intensity. "I'm sorry," he breathed into my hair. "I'm sorry you have to face this. Sorry that choosing me means choosing this fight." "I'm not sorry," I said fiercely. "Not for choosing you. Not for choosing us. They'll adjust or they won't, but we're not backing down." He pulled back to look at me, and the love in his eyes made my breath catch. "When did you become so fierce?" "When I had something worth fighting for," I replied. "When I had you. When I had us." He kissed me then, tender and deep, a reminder that whatever storms we faced them together. Chapter 7. The Breaking Point. The weeks that followed the council's confrontation felt like walking through a minefield where every step could trigger an explosion. The nobles who'd initially maintained polite distance now openly displayed their disdain. I endured accidental shoulder bumps in corridors, conversations that stopped mid-sentence when I approached, invitations to court functions that mysteriously never reached me despite being sent to every other person of rank. But worse than the overt hostility was the subtle sabotage. Protocol lessons became exercises in humiliation as Celeste accidentally gave me incorrect information, then publicly corrected me during practice sessions. Supply requests I submitted went missing, causing shortages in the Eastern Wing that reflected poorly on my management. Even simple tasks became complicated by bureaucratic obstacles that appeared out of nowhere. "They're testing you," Linnea said one afternoon, finding me in my office staring at yet another rejected requisition form. Her sharp eyes held something that might have been sympathy. "Trying to make you quit, to prove you're not strong enough for this." "I won't quit," I said, my voice hard. "I won't give them the satisfaction." "Good." She surprised me by setting a stack of properly processed forms on my desk. "Then fight smarter. Document everything. Build alliances with staff who support you, and there are more than you think. Show them you're not just some common woman who got lucky, but someone who earned this position through capability." It was the most Linnea had ever said to me at once, and the closest thing to approval I'd received from anyone in palace administration. I looked up at her, seeing past the severe exterior to the pragmatic strategist beneath. "Why are you helping me?" "Because His Majesty chose well," she said simply. "And because I've watched you work for weeks now. You're competent, efficient, and you genuinely care about the staff under your supervision. Those qualities make a good administrator." She paused, something almost like a smile crossing her face. "And potentially an excellent queen." After she left, I sat for a long moment, letting her words sink in. Not everyone was against me. Not everyone believed I was unworthy. I just had to prove it to the rest. That evening, Thane found me in our suite, surrounded by protocol manuals and etiquette guides, my head pounding from trying to memorize centuries of tradition in mere weeks. "You're pushing yourself too hard," he said, gently removing the book from my hands and pulling me into his arms. "I have to," I replied, my voice muffled against his chest. "Every mistake I make is ammunition for them. Every error proves I don't belong here." "You belong here, because I chose you." His voice was firm. "Because you chose me. Nothing else matters." "Everything else matters," I corrected, pulling back to meet his eyes. "Thane, I love you. I want to be your mate, your queen, your partner. But I won't be the weakness that brings you down. I won't be the choice that costs you your throne." Something dark flickered across his face. "Has someone threatened you? Said something to make you think?"
"No."
Nothing direct. I cupped his face, feeling the tension in his jaw. "But I hear the whispers. See the looks. They're waiting for me to fail, waiting to prove you made a mistake. And I refuse to give them that satisfaction." "Then we fight together," he said, his voice dropping to something intimate and fierce. "Every challenge, every obstacle, every person who doubts us, we face it together. You're not alone in this, Vesper." "I know." I leaned into him, drawing strength from his solid presence. But sometimes it feels overwhelming, like I'm drowning in expectations I'll never meet. He was quiet for a moment, then said, "Come with me. There's something I want to show you." He led me through corridors I'd never explored, up a narrow staircase hidden behind a tapestry, until we emerged onto a private balcony high above the palace grounds. The city sprawled below us, lights twinkling like earthbound stars, and the night air smelled of jasmine and possibility. "This is my refuge," he said quietly. "The place I come when the weight of the crown feels too heavy. When I need to remember why I do this, why I fight, why I rule, why I carry the burden of an entire territory." I looked out at the view, seeing the city divided into clear sections, the affluent districts with their grand estates, the comfortable middle areas, and in the distance, the shadowy outline of Hollow's End where I'd spent 2 years surviving rather than living. "I used to think power meant having everything," Thane continued, moving to stand behind me, his arms wrapping around my waist. "That being Alpha King meant being above struggle, above want, above loneliness. But power is just another kind of cage. A gilded one, but still a cage." He pressed a kiss to my temple, and I felt the tension in his body, the weight he carried every day. "Then I heard you in that marketplace," he said, his voice rough with emotion, "begging for expired cake for your daughter. And something inside me broke open. Or maybe healed. I'm still not sure which." I turned in his arms, seeing vulnerability in his eyes that he rarely showed anyone. "What do you mean?" "I mean, you reminded me what actually matters. Not politics or power or the approval of nobles who've never known real hardship. What matters is protecting the people we love, fighting for those who can't fight for themselves, using our strength to ease suffering rather than cause it." His hands framed my face with devastating tenderness. "You make me better, Vesper. More human, more connected to the world beyond this palace. And if the cost of having you in my life is facing down every noble in the 7 realms, then I'll pay it gladly. Even if it costs you support, even if they turn against you. Especially then." His voice was absolute, unwavering. Because ruling people who would reject compassion in favor of tradition isn't worth the crown. If they can't accept that I choose my mate based on worth rather than bloodlines, then they're following the wrong king. I kissed him then, pouring all my love and fear and desperate hope into the contact. He kissed me back with equal intensity, and for a moment the world narrowed to just this, just us, just this connection that had somehow survived impossible odds and continued growing despite every obstacle. When we finally broke apart, both breathing hard, he rested his forehead against mine. "We're going to face harder tests than this," he said quietly. "The bonding ceremony is still months away, and our enemies, yes, we have enemies now, will use that time to try to break us apart. Then we'll face them," I said, my voice steady. "Together, like we promised." "Together," he echoed, and the word felt like an oath, a promise written in starlight and sealed with determination. The breaking point came 3 weeks later, during what should have been a routine court dinner. These events were mandatory for anyone of rank, formal affairs where nobles displayed their status, formed alliances, and engaged in the elaborate dance of court politics. As Thane's future mate, I was expected to attend, to navigate the social landscape with grace and diplomacy. Celeste had drilled me relentlessly on proper etiquette, which fork to use when, how to address various ranks, the subtle art of court conversation that said everything while revealing nothing. I'd memorized seating arrangements, studied noble family trees, and prepared as thoroughly as humanly possible. But no amount of preparation could have readied me for the ambush waiting in that dining hall. I entered Thane's arm, wearing a gown that had been provided by the royal seamstress, deep green silk that complemented my coloring while remaining appropriately formal. Calla had been allowed to attend for the first hour, a chance to acclimate her to court life, and she looked adorable in a smaller version of my dress. The hall fell silent as we entered, hundreds of eyes tracking our progress to the high table. I held my head high, refusing to show how their scrutiny affected me, refusing to give them the satisfaction of seeing my nervousness. The first hour passed without incident. Calla charmed those seated near us with her natural sweetness, answering questions about her studies with confidence that made my heart swell with pride. When Adelaide came to escort her to bed, she curtsied perfectly and wished everyone a pleasant evening. "She's remarkable," murmured the woman seated to my right, Lady Cassia, wife of one of Thane's generals. Her tone was warm, genuine. "You've raised her well." "Thank you," I replied, grateful for the kindness. "She's my greatest achievement, as she should be." Lady Cassia smiled. "Children are our legacy, regardless of what bloodline they carry." The comment felt pointed, supportive, and I found myself warming to her despite my guard. But as the dinner progressed and wine flowed more freely, the atmosphere shifted. Conversations grew louder, more animated, and I caught fragments that made my skin prickle with unease. Common blood diluting the royal line. What message does it send to elevate a widow from the slums? The king's judgment clearly compromised. Thane's hand found mine under the table, squeezing gently. A reminder that he heard it too, that we were in this together. Then Lady Morgana stood, a noblewoman known for her sharp tongue and sharper political maneuvering. She raised her wine glass, calling for attention. "A toast," she announced, her voice carrying across the hall. "To our Alpha King, whose compassion knows no bounds. Who sees worth where others see only ambition." The insult was thinly veiled, the implication clear. Polite applause rippled through the hall, but I could feel the undercurrent of agreement, of nobles who shared her assessment. Thane's jaw tightened, but before he could respond, another voice joined in. "Indeed," Lord Voss said, standing as well. "Such generosity to elevate those less fortunate. One might almost call it charity." Though some might question whether the throne should be built on charity rather than strength. More nobles stood, each adding their barbed comments disguised as praise, each one chipping away at Thane's authority by questioning his choice in me. I felt fury building in my chest, felt the urge to stand and defend myself, to tell them exactly what I thought of their prejudice and their privilege. But years of survival had taught me restraint, had taught me to think before acting. This was a trap. They wanted me to lose control, to prove I was too common, too unsuited for this role. I wouldn't give them the satisfaction. But Thane had no such restraint. He stood, his movement so sudden and powerful that several nobles actually flinched. The temperature in the hall seemed to drop as his authority flooded the space, as his wolf rose close enough to the surface that I could feel the power radiating from him. "Enough." His voice was quiet but absolute, carrying the weight of centuries of dominance. "You speak of strength? Of worth? Let me remind you what strength truly means." He turned to face the assembled nobles, and the Alpha King from the stories, cold, dangerous, utterly ruthless, stood before them. "Strength is surviving 2 years of poverty after losing your mate," he said, his voice hard. "Strength is going hungry, so your child can eat. Strength is maintaining dignity when the world treats you as invisible. Strength is loving completely despite devastating loss." His eyes swept across the room, and I watched nobles shrink back from his gaze. "Vesper Ashmore has more strength in one finger than most of you possess in your entire body. She has earned every bit of respect I give her, every bit of status I've granted her. And if any of you question my judgment again, you will answer me directly. Through traditional means." The threat hung in the air like a blade. Traditional means. Trial by combat. To the death. No one moved. No one spoke. Furthermore, Thane continued, his voice dropping to something even more dangerous. "Let me be absolutely clear. Vesper is my chosen mate. That bond is sacred, unbreakable, and not subject to your approval or disapproval. Anyone who disrespects her disrespects me. Anyone who threatens her threatens the throne." He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. "And I protect what's mine." The possessive certainty in his voice sent shivers down my spine, part fear at the violence he was barely containing, part something else entirely. Something that felt like being claimed, being chosen, being worth fighting for. Lady Morgana had gone pale, Lord Voss looked genuinely frightened, and the rest of the nobles seemed frozen between shock and fear. "This dinner is over," Thane announced. "All of you leave."
Now.
They scrambled to obey, nobles practically tripping over themselves in their haste to exit. Within minutes, the hall had emptied except for the guards stationed at the doors and Malachi, who'd appeared from somewhere with his hand resting on his weapon. The moment we were alone, Thane turned to me, and I saw the fury still burning in his eyes, still demanding release. "I'm sorry," he said roughly. "I should have controlled my temper, should have handled that with more diplomacy. Don't apologize." I moved to him, placing my hands on his chest, feeling his heart racing beneath my palms. "Don't you dare apologize for defending me. For defending us." "They had no right," he growled, his hands coming up to grip my shoulders. "No right to question you, to insult you, to treat you as anything less than what you are." "I know." I stretched up to kiss him, trying to soothe the rage still vibrating through his body. "And now they know it too. You made your position clear." "I may have made things worse," he admitted, some of the fury draining away, replaced by concern. "Give them more ammunition to use against us. Or you showed them exactly what happens when they cross certain lines." I pulled back to meet his eyes. "Thane, I don't need you to fight every battle for me. But I won't lie, having you stand up like that, defend me so absolutely, it means everything." His expression softened, though tension still lingered in his shoulders. "You are everything. You and Calla, you're my family, my future. And I will burn this entire court to the ground before I let them take that from me." The fierce certainty in his voice should have frightened me. Instead, it made me feel safe in a way I hadn't since Rowan died. Protected, valued, worth fighting for. "Take me home," I said softly. "To our suite. To Calla. Let's remember what actually matters." He nodded, some of the darkness leaving his eyes, replaced by warmth that was meant only for me.
"Yes."
"Let's go home." As we walked through empty corridors toward our suite, his arm around my waist and my head on his shoulder, I realized something crucial. The nobles could object all they wanted. They could scheme and plot and try to tear us apart. But what Thane and I had built, this family, this connection, this love that had grown from impossible circumstances, was stronger than their prejudice. We would face whatever came next, together. Chapter 8: Shadows and Steel. The fallout from the disastrous dinner was swift and merciless. By morning, half the noble families had submitted formal complaints to the royal council. By afternoon, 3 high-ranking advisors had requested private audiences with Thane to discuss concerns about the stability of the throne. By evening, rumors had spread throughout the palace that the Alpha King had lost control, that his judgment was compromised, that the territory faced crisis because of his infatuation with a common widow. I heard it all, whispered in corridors, discussed in hushed tones that weren't quite hushed enough, spread like poison through every level of palace life. "They're saying he's bewitched," one maid whispered to another as I passed, not realizing I was close enough to hear. "That she used some kind of magic to ensnare him." "I heard she threatened to take the child away if he didn't make her queen," another replied. "Manipulated him through his soft heart." Each rumor was more absurd than the last, but their cumulative effect was devastating. By the end of the week, even some of the staff who'd been friendly toward me began maintaining careful distance, unwilling to associate with someone so controversial. Only a few remained steadfast. Adelaide continued caring for Calla with unwavering devotion. Malachi maintained his protective vigilance, his presence a constant reminder that the Alpha King's guards answered to Thane, not court opinion. And Linnea, surprisingly, became an unexpected ally. "Ignore them," she said one morning, finding me staring at yet another rejected supply request, the 5th that week. "They're testing your resolve, waiting for you to break." "What if I do?" I asked quietly, voicing the fear that kept me awake at night. "What if I'm not strong enough for this? What if loving Thane isn't enough to overcome everything working against us?" Linnea was silent for a long moment. Then she did something completely unexpected. She pulled up a chair and sat across from me, her severe expression softening slightly. 20 years ago, she said, I was in your position. Not exactly the same circumstances, but similar enough. I was a common soldier who caught the eye of a high-ranking general. The court was scandalized. They did everything in their power to break us apart. I looked at her with new understanding. What happened? We fought, she said simply. Every day, every obstacle, every person who said we didn't belong together. We fought. And eventually, most of them accepted it. Some never did. There are nobles who still won't speak to me directly. But we built a life anyway. A good life. Your husband, is he? Dead, she said, matter of fact, but with an undercurrent of old grief. 5 years now. Died defending the eastern border during the conflicts. She paused. The same conflicts that took your ruin. The connection between us suddenly felt tangible, a shared understanding of loss and survival, and learning to live with absence. I'm telling you this, Linnea continued, because I want you to understand something crucial. The court will never fully accept you. There will always be nobles who believe you don't belong, who resent your elevation, who wait for you to fail. That's the reality of choosing to stand beside power when you weren't born to it. My heart sank. Then what's the point? If they'll never accept me, the point, she interrupted firmly, is that their acceptance doesn't matter. What matters is whether you can live with being resented, whether you're strong enough to rule alongside someone you love despite knowing some will always question your right to do so. What matters is whether this love, this family you're building, is worth the fight. I thought about Thane's arms around me, about Kalla's laughter filling our suite, about the quiet moments of peace we'd carved out despite the chaos. I thought about feeling seen for the first time in years, about being valued for who I was rather than what I could provide. It's worth it, I said, my voice gaining strength. They're worth it. We're worth it. Linnea nodded, something like approval crossing her face. Then stop waiting for permission to belong here. Stop trying to earn acceptance from people who've already decided you're unworthy. Instead, focus on the people who matter, the alpha king who chose you, the daughter who needs you, the staff who respect competence over bloodlines. She stood, gathering her papers. And Vesper? Start fighting smarter. Document every obstacle they put in your way. Build a record of their sabotage. When the bonding ceremony comes, you'll want evidence that their objections are based on prejudice rather than legitimate concerns. After she left, I sat for a long time, letting her words sink in. She was right. I'd been so focused on trying to win over everyone that I'd forgotten the most important lesson survival had taught me. You can't please everyone, so focus your energy on protecting what actually matters. That evening, I found Thane in his study, surrounded by reports and correspondence, his expression carved from granite as he dealt with the political aftermath of the dinner. 3 council members are threatening to resign, he said without preamble, not looking up from the document he was reading. 5 noble families are demanding a formal inquiry into the succession. And there's a petition circulating that questions my fitness to rule. I closed the door behind me and crossed to his desk. Because you defended your mate? Because I showed emotion, he corrected bitterly. Because I let them see that something matters to me more than politics. That makes me vulnerable in their eyes. Weak. You're not weak. I moved around the desk to stand beside him, placing my hand over his. You're human. There's a difference. He finally looked up at me, and the exhaustion in his eyes made my chest ache. I'm making this harder for you. My reaction at that dinner, I played right into their hands, gave them exactly what they wanted. Proof that my judgment is compromised. Or proof that you're willing to fight for what you believe in, I countered. Thane, they were always going to object. They were always going to find reasons to question us. At least now they know where you stand. Where we stand, he corrected, pulling me into his lap despite the formal setting, despite the mountain of work waiting. This isn't just my fight, Vesper. It's ours. I settled against him, feeling the tension in his body gradually ease. Linnea told me something today, about how the court will never fully accept me, how there will always be resistance. She said the question isn't whether they accept me, but whether this is worth fighting for despite that. And his voice was careful, like he was bracing for an answer he didn't want to hear. And it is, I said firmly.
You are. We are.
This family we're building, it's worth every fight, every obstacle, every noble who looks at me like I'm dirt they can't quite scrape from their shoes. He buried his face in my hair, and I felt the shudder that ran through him, relief or emotion or exhaustion. I couldn't tell. Maybe all three. I love you, he said roughly. I don't say it enough. Don't tell you enough how much you mean to me. But Vesper, I love you. More than the throne, more than my territory, more than my own life. My throat tightened with emotion. I love you too. That's why I'm not giving up. That's why I'll keep fighting, keep learning, keep trying to be worthy of standing beside you. You're already worthy, he said fiercely. You've always been worthy. The fact that they can't see it is their failing, not yours. We sat like that for a long time, taking comfort in each other's presence, drawing strength from this connection that had somehow survived everything thrown at it. Finally, Thane spoke again, his voice heavy with decisions made. The council wants to meet with you.
Tomorrow.
Formally interview you about your intentions, your qualifications, your understanding of what being queen entails. My stomach dropped. That sounds like a trial. It is, he admitted, thinly disguised as due diligence, but yes, they're putting you on trial. Trying to find evidence that you're unsuitable, that I should reconsider the bonding. Can they force you to reconsider?
No.
His voice was absolute. They can recommend, can advise, and can object all they want. But the choice of mate belongs to the alpha. It's one of the few decisions the council can't override. Then why meet with them at all? He was quiet for a moment. Because refusing would give them ammunition to claim I'm ignoring legitimate concerns, acting like a tyrant rather than a king who values counsel. We need to play this smart, Vesper. Give them their interview, let them ask their questions. Show them you're not intimidated. I am intimidated, I admitted. Terrified, actually. These people want me to fail. I want to prove I'm not good enough. Then prove them wrong. He cupped my face, forcing me to meet his intense gaze. You're intelligent, articulate, strong. You've survived things they can't even imagine. Answer their questions honestly. Don't try to be what you think they want, be who you actually are. That's the woman I fell in love with. That's the woman who deserves to be queen. The council chamber was designed to intimidate. High ceilings that made voices echo, a long table where 7 council members sat in judgmental formation, windows positioned to cast the person being questioned in harsh light while leaving the council in shadow. Every architectural choice seemed calculated to make the person standing before them feel small, powerless, inadequate. I refused to feel any of those things. I entered wearing a simple but elegant dress. Midnight blue that Thane said brought out my eyes, with my hair pulled back in a style Celeste had grudgingly admitted was appropriate. I held my head high, kept my shoulders back, and met each council member's gaze directly as I took my position before them. Thane stood to the side, as protocol demanded, present but not permitted to intervene, there to observe but not participate. Malachi flanked the door, his scarred face expressionless, but his hand resting on his weapon in a gesture that spoke volumes. The oldest council member, Lord Aldrich, who'd objected during the original announcement, spoke first. Mrs. Ashmore, thank you for agreeing to meet with us. I serve at His Majesty's pleasure, I replied, using the formal phrasing Celeste had drilled into me. And at the council's request, indeed. He shuffled papers before him, a theatrical gesture meant to emphasize the formality of this proceeding. Let us begin with a simple question. Why do you wish to become queen? The question was a trap. Answer with ambition, and they'd call me a social climber. Answer with love, and they'd say I was naive, unfit for the political realities of ruling. I don't wish to become queen, I said honestly, and watched surprise flicker across several faces. I wish to stand beside the man I love, to support him in his duties, to help ease the burden he carries, to be his partner in all things. The title is secondary to the relationship. But the title carries responsibilities, Lady Meredith interjected, her cold eyes assessing. Diplomatic duties, ceremonial obligations, political maneuvering. Do you truly believe you're prepared for such demands? I believe I'm capable of learning, I replied. I've spent weeks in intensive protocol training. I study noble lineages, diplomatic procedures, court etiquette. I'm not arrogant enough to claim I know everything, but I'm committed to mastering what I need to know. You were a staff coordinator before His Majesty elevated you, Lord Voss said, his tone making it clear what he thought of that position. Hard preparation for ruling a territory. I was also a widow who kept herself and her daughter alive for 2 years on almost nothing. I countered, letting some steel enter my voice. I managed resources that barely existed, made impossible decisions about which needs to prioritize when I couldn't meet them all, and maintained dignity in circumstances designed to strip it away. Those experiences taught me more about leadership than any noble upbringing could. A younger council member, Lord Kieran, who I'd heard was more moderate than most, leaned forward with what looked like genuine curiosity. How do you respond to concerns that your common background makes you unsuitable to represent the shadow territories in diplomatic settings? I'd say that my background gives me perspective most nobles lack, I answered. I understand what life is like for the majority of people in this territory, the struggles, the fears, the challenges of simply surviving. That understanding will make me a better representative, not a worse one. I'll advocate for policies that help everyone, not just the privileged few. Radical rhetoric, Lord Aldrich muttered. Compassionate governance, I corrected. There's a difference. The questions continued for over an hour. They probed my knowledge of protocol, my understanding of territorial politics, my plans for the role, my relationship with Thane, my fitness as a mother, my intentions toward Cala's adoption. Some questions were legitimate concerns. Others were thinly veiled attempts to trip me up, to make me angry, to prove I was unsuitable. I answered each one as honestly as I could, refused to be baited by insults, and maintained composure even when frustration threatened to overwhelm me. Finally, Lord Aldrich sat back, exchanging glances with his fellow council members. One final question, Mrs. Ashmore. What do you believe qualifies you to be queen? I took a breath, considering my answer carefully. This was the crucial moment, the question everything had been building toward. Nothing qualifies me, I said quietly, and watched shock ripple across their faces. Not my bloodline because it's common. Not my upbringing because it was impoverished. Not my experience because until recently I had none with court life or politics or ruling. I paused, letting that sink in. But what I do have, I continued, my voice growing stronger, is genuine love for this territory and its people. I have intelligence and determination and a willingness to learn. I have the courage to stand beside someone I love even when the entire world tells me I don't belong. And I have the strength to survive whatever challenges come, because I've already survived worse than you can imagine. I looked at each council member in turn, making sure they saw the resolve in my eyes. You want to know if I'm qualified to be queen? Ask me again in 5 years. Ask me after I've proven myself through actions rather than words. But know this, I'm not going anywhere. I love Thane. I love Cala. I love the life we're building together. And I will fight for that family with everything I am, regardless of whether you approve or not. Silence filled the chamber. Some council members looked thoughtful, others still openly hostile. But none of them looked dismissive anymore. Thank you, Mrs. Ashmore, Lord Aldrich said finally. That will be all. The council will deliberate and provide our recommendation to His Majesty. As I turned to leave, I caught Thane's expression, pride and love and fierce satisfaction all at once. He nodded slightly, a private acknowledgement that I'd done well, that I'd fought this battle and survived. Outside the chamber, away from watching eyes, he pulled me into his arms. You were magnificent, he breathed. Absolutely magnificent. I just told them the truth, I said, suddenly exhausted now that the adrenaline was fading. That I'm not qualified by their standards, but I'm here anyway. That's what made it perfect, he said. You didn't try to be what they wanted. You are exactly who you are, honest, strong, unwilling to back down. That's the woman I love. That's the queen this territory needs. I leaned into him, letting him support my weight, and wondered what the council would decide. Would they recommend canceling the bonding? Would they try to force Thane to reconsider? And if they did, would he hold firm against them? I knew the answer, felt it in the way he held me, in the steady beat of his heart beneath my ear. He would hold firm. We both would. Whatever came next, we would face it together. Chapter 9. The Council's Verdict. 3 days passed before the Council delivered their verdict. 3 days of waiting, of tension so thick it felt like breathing through water, of watching Thane pace his study with barely contained frustration while I tried to maintain normalcy for Kala's sake. "They're drawing this out deliberately," he growled on the second evening, staring out his window at the darkening sky. "Making us wait, making us worry. It's a power play." "Let them play their games," I said, though anxiety gnawed at my stomach with sharp teeth. "We know what we want. What they decide doesn't change that. It could complicate things significantly." He turned to face me, and the weariness in his eyes made my chest ache. "If they formally recommend against the bonding, it gives ammunition to every noble who wants to challenge my authority. It creates political instability at a time when we can't afford it, not with rogues still threatening our borders." I crossed to him, taking his hands in mine. "Then we'll deal with it. Together. Like we always do." He pulled me close, burying his face in my hair. "I'm tired of fighting, Vesper. Tired of justifying my choices. Tired of proving that love is a valid reason for anything. Tired of pretending the throne matters more than the people I care about." The raw honesty in his voice broke something open in my chest. This was the cost of power, the constant weight, the endless battles, the isolation that came from standing above everyone else. "What if we didn't fight?" I asked quietly, the words forming before I could fully think them through. He pulled back, confusion crossing his face. "What do you mean?" "What if we just left?" The idea crystallized as I spoke, becoming more real with each word. Gave up the throne, the territory, all of this political maneuvering. We could go somewhere quiet, somewhere no one knows us. Just be Thane and Vesper and Kala. Just be a family, without all the complications. For a moment, something flickered in his eyes, longing so intense it was almost painful to witness. The desire to say yes, to walk away from burden and responsibility and endless conflict. Then it faded, replaced by resignation. "I can't," he said softly. "Not because I wouldn't choose you over the throne, I would in a heartbeat. But because abandoning my people, my territory, everyone who depends on me for protection and stability, I couldn't live with that. It would destroy me eventually, and then it would destroy us." I nodded, having known the answer before I asked but needing to hear it anyway. "I know. You're a king, not just in title but in soul. It's who you are." "I'm sorry. Don't apologize." I cupped his face, forcing him to meet my eyes. "I love who you are, Thane. All of it. The king and the man, the duty and the sacrifice. I wouldn't ask you to be less than yourself." He kissed me then, desperate and tender, and I tasted the fear in it, the terror that despite everything, this might not work out, that forces beyond our control might tear us apart. When we broke apart, I made him a promise. Whatever the council decides, whatever complications arise, we're not giving up. We'll adapt, we'll strategize, we'll fight smarter. But we're not surrendering what we've built. "What we've built," he repeated, something like wonder in his voice. "A family. Against all odds, against every reasonable expectation, we've built a family. And families don't give up on each other," I said firmly. "No matter what." The summons came on the morning of the 4th day. A formal notice requiring both Thane and myself to appear before the full council at noon for the delivery of their recommendation. The language was stiff, procedural, revealing nothing about what verdict they'd reached. I dressed carefully in a gown that was formal but not ostentatious, deep burgundy that Celeste grudgingly admitted was appropriate for the occasion. My hands shook as I fastened the clasps, betraying the nervousness I was trying to suppress. Kala watched from my bed, unusually quiet. At 7 years old, she couldn't fully understand the politics at play, but she sensed the tension, felt the weight of what this day might mean. "Mama," she said softly, "are they going to make you leave?" My heart broke at the fear in her voice. I crossed to her, gathering her into my arms. "No, baby. No one is going to make me leave. I promise you that." "But what if they say you can't marry Thane? What if they say I can't be a princess anymore?" "Then we'll figure out together," I said, stroking her hair. "The three of us. Because we're a family now, and nothing the council says changes that." "But, Calla." I pulled back to look at her directly. "Listen to me. Sometimes people in power make decisions we don't agree with. Sometimes they try to tell us what we can and can't do, who we can and can't love. But their opinions don't define our worth. Their approval doesn't determine our future. We do. Do you understand?" She nodded slowly, processing this lesson in a world that didn't always make sense. Like how people in Hollow's End said we didn't matter, but we did? Exactly like that. I kissed her forehead. We've always mattered. We just finally found someone powerful enough to make everyone else see it. Adelaide arrived to stay with Calla while we attended the council meeting. The older woman hugged me tightly, whispering, "You'll be fine. You're stronger than they know." I hope she was right. The council chamber felt even more imposing than before. All 7 members sat in formal robes, their expressions carefully neutral, giving nothing away. The High Chancellor, Lord Aldrich, held a scroll sealed with the official council mark, the physical representation of their verdict. Thane and I entered together, a united front. He wore his formal crown and royal robes, every inch the Alpha King, while I walked beside him as his equal, not behind him as a subject, not ahead as someone seeking favor, but beside him as his chosen partner. The symbolism wasn't lost on anyone in the room. We took our positions before the council, and the weight of their collective judgment pressed down like physical force. "Your Majesty," Lord Aldrich began, his voice formal and measured. "We have completed our deliberation regarding your intention to bond with Mrs. Vesper Ashmore and formally adopt her daughter, Calla Ashmore, as your heir." He paused, letting the tension build, and I resisted the urge to reach for Thane's hand. We needed to appear strong, confident, and unshakable. "The council has considered all relevant factors," Lord Aldrich continued. "Mrs. Ashmore's background, her qualifications, her conduct during examination, and the potential implications for territorial stability and succession." Another pause. My heart hammered so hard I was certain everyone could hear it. After extensive debate, he said, "The council's recommendation is..." The silence stretched impossibly long. "Conditional's approval." The words took a moment to register. Not outright rejection, but not full acceptance either. "Conditional." "Explain," Thane said, his voice hard. "What conditions?" Lord Aldrich unrolled the scroll, reading from it with bureaucratic precision. "The council recommends proceeding with the bonding ceremony on the originally scheduled date, subject to the following conditions. First, Mrs. Ashmore must complete a full 6-month probationary period, during which her fitness for the role will be continuously evaluated." My stomach sank. 6 months of being watched, judged, assessed for every action. "Second," he continued, "she must pass formal examinations in protocol, territorial history, diplomatic procedures, and court law, administered by independent examiners appointed by the council. More hoops to jump through. More opportunities to fail. Third, the adoption of Calla Ashmore as Crown Princess will be delayed until Mrs. Ashmore successfully completes her probationary period and passes all required examinations."
No.
The word exploded from Thane with barely contained fury. "Absolutely not. Calla is my daughter. That's not negotiable, not subject to council approval or probationary periods." "Your Majesty," Lady Meredith began. "No," he repeated, his voice dropping to something dangerous. "You want to evaluate Vesper? Fine. Put her through your tests, your probationary period, your endless scrutiny. But my daughter, and she is my daughter in every way that matters, is not part of your political maneuvering." "The succession must be handled carefully," Lord Voss interjected. You cannot simply dictate who I call family. Thane interrupted, and the power in his voice made several council members flinch. The adoption stands. It's already been formally announced, already been accepted by Kala herself. Trying to reverse it now would damage not just my authority, but the child's well-being. Is that really what you want? To traumatize a 7-year-old for political convenience? The council members exchanged uncomfortable glances. Attacking a child, even indirectly, was dangerous ground. Even for them. Perhaps, Lord Kieran said carefully, we could modify that condition. Allow the adoption to stand, but delay the formal succession rights until the probationary period is complete. It was a compromise, a way for both sides to save face. I could see Thane weighing it, calculating whether this was a battle worth fighting or if strategic retreat made more sense. Finally, he nodded. The adoption stands as announced. Kala is my daughter, recognized as Princess of the Shadow Territories. Her formal position in the line of succession can be finalized after Vesper completes whatever hoops you're making her jump through. Lord Aldrich made a note on his scroll. Acceptable. Are there any other objections to the council's conditions? I spoke before Thane could. I accept the conditions as modified. The probationary period, the examinations, the continuous evaluation. I'll meet every requirement you set. Not because I need your approval to know my own worth, but because I choose to prove you wrong about me. Several council members looked surprised by my direct challenge.
Good.
Let them underestimate me. Then it's settled, Lord Aldrich said. The bonding ceremony will proceed as scheduled. Mrs. Ashmore will begin her probationary period immediately. We will reconvene in 6 months to evaluate her progress and determine if she has met the standards required for queenship. One more thing, Thane said, his voice carrying absolute authority. Let me be perfectly clear about something. I've accepted your conditions as a gesture of goodwill, not because I require your permission. Vesper is my chosen mate regardless of what you decide in 6 months. If she fails your examinations, if she doesn't meet your arbitrary standards, I will bond with her anyway. Your approval is appreciated but not necessary. The message was unmistakable. He would work within their system, but only to a point. Push too far, and he'd remind them exactly who held the real power. Understood, Your Majesty, Lord Aldrich said, though his tone suggested he didn't like it. This council is dismissed. Outside the chamber, away from watching eyes and listening ears, Thane pulled me into an empty room and held me so tightly I could barely breathe. I'm sorry, he said roughly. I'm so sorry they're putting you through this. Don't apologize, I said, though my own relief at avoiding outright rejection was making me lightheaded. We won, Thane. Maybe not completely, maybe not the way we wanted, but we won. They approved the bonding. With conditions designed to make you fail, he countered bitterly. 6 months of scrutiny, examinations that will be deliberately difficult, constant evaluation by people who want to prove you're unsuitable. Then I'll prove them wrong. I pulled back to meet his eyes, letting him see my determination. I've faced worse odds. I've survived worse challenges. If they want to test me, let them test me. I'll pass every examination they throw at me. And if you don't, the fear in his voice was stark. If they declare you've failed their standards, then you bond with me anyway, I said, echoing his words from the council chamber. Like you said, their approval isn't necessary. It's nice to have, it makes things easier, but it doesn't define us. He cupped my face, thumbs brushing across my cheekbones with devastating tenderness. You're remarkable. You know that. Most people would be terrified and would be considering whether this is worth the fight. But you're ready to take on the entire council. For you? I smiled, feeling some of the tension ease. For us? For the family we're building? I'd take on the entire 7 realms. He kissed me then, pouring relief and love and gratitude into the contact. When we finally broke apart, both breathing hard, he rested his forehead against mine.
6 months, he said.
We can survive 6 months. We can survive anything, I corrected. Together. That evening, we gathered in our suite, Thane, Kala, and me, and told her about the council's decision. So, I'm still a princess, she asked, her face lighting up with relief. You're still a princess, Thane confirmed, pulling her into his lap. That's never been in question, not really. You're my daughter, and nothing the council says changes that. And Mama can still marry you? In 6 months, she will prove to some very stubborn people that she's exactly as amazing as we already know she is. Calla looked at me with those two wise eyes. Will it be hard? The test they're making you take. Probably, I admitted. But I've done hard things before. And this time, I'm not doing it alone. I have you, and Thane supporting me. And Adelaide, Calla added. And Malachi. And Linnea. You have lots of people. She was right. Somewhere along the way, we'd built not just a family, but a support network, people who believed in us despite the odds, who were willing to stand with us against the court's prejudice. You're absolutely right, I said, pulling her and Thane both into an embrace. We have lots of people. We're not alone in this fight. As we sat there together, tangled in each other's arms, I felt something shift. The council's conditional approval had been meant to undermine us, to plant seeds of doubt, to create 6 months of uncertainty and stress. Instead, it has given us clarity. 6 months to prepare. 6 months to build our case. 6 months to prove that love and capability mattered more than bloodlines and tradition. 6 months to show the shadow territories exactly what kind of queen I would be. And when those 6 months ended, when I'd passed every test and met every standard they set, no one would be able to question my right to stand beside Thane.
Not even themselves.
Chapter 10. Trials by Fire. The probationary period began with ruthless efficiency. By dawn the next morning, a schedule had been delivered to our suite, a grueling outline of lessons, examinations, and evaluations that would consume nearly every waking hour for the next 6 months. Protocol training with Celeste doubled in intensity. Diplomatic history with a stern professor who made it clear he thought I was wasting his time. Territorial law with an ancient scholar who spoke in riddles and expected me to decipher meaning from archaic texts. And through it all, constant observation. Council-appointed evaluators who attended my lessons, monitored my interactions with staff, documented every mistake, no matter how minor. They're building a case, Linnea warned me after the first week, when I'd collapsed at my desk with exhaustion threatening to pull me under. Collecting evidence of incompetence, looking for any excuse to recommend against the bonding. Then I won't give them any, I said, though my hands trembled from fatigue and my eyes burned from reading by candlelight into the early morning hours. You're pushing yourself too hard, she said, her severe expression softening with concern. You'll burn out before the 6 months are complete. I don't have a choice. I gestured at the mountain of texts waiting to be studied, the protocols to be memorized, the histories to be absorbed. They've designed this to be impossible. The only way to survive is to exceed every expectation. Linnea was quiet for a moment, then pulled up a chair. Let me help. I've served in this palace for 20 years. I know the protocols they're testing you on, the histories they consider important, the diplomatic situations they'll use as examples. We can work together. Why would you help me? I asked, too exhausted to hide my suspicion. You barely tolerated me before all this started. Because I respect competence and determination, she said simply. And because I'm tired of watching the council play games with people's lives. If they want to test you, let's make sure you pass so spectacularly they can't possibly justify rejection. And so we worked. Long hours in my office or her quarters, reviewing protocols and drilling diplomatic scenarios, debating territorial law until my head spun with precedents and exceptions. Linnea was demanding but fair, pushing me hard but never beyond what I could actually achieve. Slowly, painfully, I began to improve. But the academic challenges were only part of the trial. The social aspects proved equally grueling. As Thane's future mate, I was expected to attend every court function, every diplomatic reception, every formal dinner, always under the watchful eyes of evaluators documenting my every move. One wrong fork, one improper form of address, one diplomatic misstep. Any of these could be cited as evidence of my unsuitability. The pressure was suffocating. You're doing fine, Thane assured me after a particularly difficult reception where I'd accidentally addressed a visiting dignitary's wife by the wrong title, a minor error that the evaluator had noted with obvious satisfaction. One small mistake doesn't define you, but it gives them ammunition, I said, fighting back tears of frustration. They're looking for reasons to fail me, Thane. Every error, no matter how small, becomes proof that I don't belong here. He pulled me close, his solid presence the only thing keeping me from shattering. Then we'll make sure they have fewer errors to document. We'll practice every scenario, review every protocol, and prepare for every possible situation. There's not enough time, I whispered against his chest. 6 months isn't enough to learn what nobles spend their entire lives absorbing. Then we'll be creative. He tilted my chin up, forcing me to meet his eyes. You're not trying to become them, Vesper. You're trying to prove you can function in their world while remaining yourself. That's different. That's achievable. His faith in me was simultaneously comforting and terrifying. What if I couldn't live up to it? What if, despite everything, I simply wasn't capable of meeting the standards they'd set? But I couldn't voice those fears.
Not to him.
Not when he was fighting his own battles, defending his choice of mate to advisors who questioned his judgment daily, maintaining territorial security while rogues continued testing borders, carrying the weight of an entire kingdom while everyone watched for signs of weakness. So I smiled and nodded and promised I'd keep trying. And late at night, when he was in meetings and Calla was asleep, I allowed myself to cry from exhaustion and fear and the crushing weight of expectations I wasn't sure I could meet. 2 months into the probationary period, Lady Kasha, the general's wife who'd been kind to me at that disastrous dinner, requested a private meeting. We met in the palace gardens on a crisp afternoon, away from evaluators and listening ears. She was in her 50s, elegant in a way that came from confidence rather than ostentation, and her eyes held warmth that most nobles carefully concealed. You're struggling, she said without preamble, settling onto a bench beside me. The entire court can see it. You're exhausted, overwhelmed, barely holding yourself together. My instinct was to deny it, to maintain the facade of capability I'd been desperately projecting. But something about her directness made pretense feel pointless. Yes, I admitted. I'm struggling. The academic requirements alone would be challenging, but combined with the social expectations and constant evaluation, it feels like drowning with weights tied to my ankles. She nodded, unsurprised. That's intentional. The council designed this probation to break you, to make you quit voluntarily, so they could claim you weren't forced out. I won't quit, I said fiercely. No matter how hard they make it. I know. She smiled slightly. That's why I'm here. To offer help, if you'll accept it. I looked at her warily.
Why?
What do you gain from helping me? Nothing materially, she said. But I gain the satisfaction of watching stuck-up nobles realize that worth isn't determined by bloodlines. And I'd rather see Thane bonded to someone who loves him genuinely than watching him make a political match with some vapid aristocrat who sees him as a title rather than a person. The bluntness made me laugh despite everything. You don't mince words. Life's too short for dancing around truth. She turned to face me fully. Here's what I can offer. Social coaching from someone who actually wants you to succeed, introduction to allies in the court who've been afraid to show support publicly, and practical advice on navigating noble politics from someone who married into this world and survived the same prejudice you're facing. You married up to? I asked, suddenly seeing her in a new light. Not as dramatically as you, she admitted. But yes, I was a minor noble from a border territory, no significant connections or wealth. When General Marcus chose me, the court was scandalized. They put me through similar tests, similar scrutiny. It took years for them to accept me, and some never fully did. How did you survive it? By building alliances with people who valued competence over pedigree, she said. By proving myself through actions rather than words. And by refusing to let their prejudice define my worth or my marriage. She reached out and took my hand. You have advantages I didn't, Vesper. You have the Alpha King's unwavering support. You have a daughter who charms everyone she meets. And you have a story that resonates with common people, the widow from Hollow's End who captured the king's heart. That's powerful if you know how to use it. The council doesn't care about stories, I said bitterly. They care about protocols and precedents and maintaining their power. The council isn't your real audience, she countered. The people are. If you can win popular support, if you can make the common citizens believe in you, the council will have a much harder time rejecting you. They might not care about fairness, but they care about stability, and going against popular sentiment risks unrest. I'd never considered that angle. I'd been so focused on meeting the council's standards that I'd forgotten about the broader population, the people in districts like Hollow's End who probably saw themselves in my story. How do I win popular support? I asked. By being visible in ways that matter to them, she said. Attend public functions in common districts, not just noble ones. Support causes that help struggling families. Let them see you're not forgetting where you came from. And most importantly, bring Calla with you when appropriate. Let them see the king who chose to be a father, who elevated a child from poverty to princess. That narrative is compelling in ways the council can't fight. It was a brilliant strategy. And it aligned perfectly with who I actually was, with values I already held. Thank you, I said, squeezing her hand. For the advice, for the support, for seeing me as something other than a scandal. You're not a scandal, she said firmly. You're a revolution. Whether you succeed or fail will determine what kind of kingdom the Shadow Territories becomes. One that values only bloodlines and tradition, or one that recognizes worth regardless of origins. The weight of that responsibility settled over me like a mantle. This wasn't just about my happiness or Calla's future anymore. It was about setting precedent, about changing what was possible for people born without privilege. No pressure at all. That evening, I shared Lady Cash's advice with Thane over a private dinner in our suite. She's right, he said, looking thoughtful. I've been so focused on the political maneuvering within the court that I hadn't considered broader strategy. The common people loved hearing about you, about the widow I met in the marketplace, about Calla's birthday cake. We should build on that. The council won't like it, I warned. They'll see it as manipulation, as trying to go around their authority. Let them. His voice held steel. They're the ones who created the situation by making you jump through impossible hoops. If you find creative ways to meet their challenge, that's their problem, not ours. We began planning immediately. Public appearances in common districts, always with Calla when possible. Supporting local causes, funding a school in Hollow's End, establishing a widow's assistance program, creating opportunities for children from poverty to access education. Every initiative was genuine, aligned with values I truly held, but also strategically designed to build popular support. The response was overwhelming. People who'd never paid attention to palace politics suddenly cared about whether the commoner queen would be accepted. Workers in markets discussed my story, seeing their own struggles reflected in mine. Parents pointed to Calla as proof that circumstances of birth didn't determine worth. Within a month, popular sentiment had shifted dramatically. Not among nobles, they remained largely hostile, but among the majority of people who lived outside palace walls. The council noticed. You're manipulating public opinion, Lord Aldrich accused during one of my scheduled evaluations, his tone making clear what he thought of that tactic. I'm engaging with the people I'll serve, I corrected. Listening to their concerns, supporting their needs, demonstrating that I understand their lives because I've lived them. If that builds support, it's because they recognize genuine connection, not manipulation. It's a clever strategy, Lady Meredith admitted, though her cold eyes held no warmth. But popular sentiment won't help you pass the formal examinations. Those are based on objective knowledge, not public relations. Then it's fortunate I'm also studying diligently, I replied, meeting her gaze steadily. I can do both, connect with people and master the academic requirements. They're not mutually exclusive. But privately, I worried she was right. The examinations were approaching, comprehensive tests covering everything from territorial history to diplomatic protocol to court law. 3 months of studying had left me more knowledgeable than before, but whether it was enough to meet the council's standards remained uncertain. Especially when those standards seemed designed to be unattainable. The breaking point came 4 months into the probationary period. I'd been working 18-hour days for weeks, studying, attending functions, making public appearances, managing my Eastern Wing responsibilities. Sleep became a luxury I couldn't afford. Food was consumed mechanically, barely tasted. Every moment not spent with Kala or Thane was dedicated to proving myself worthy. It wasn't sustainable. I knew that intellectually. But knowing something and being able to stop are different things entirely. The collapse happened during a protocol review session with Celeste. We were drilling formal dinner procedures, the intricate dance of courses and conversation, the subtle signals that communicated status and intent. I'd done this exercise hundreds of times and could recite the protocols in my sleep. Except I couldn't sleep. Hadn't slept more than a few hours in days. Mrs. Ashmore, you've just committed a severe breach of diplomatic protocol, Celeste said, her tone sharp with satisfaction. For the third time this session. What is wrong with you today? I stared at the formal place setting before me, at the array of silverware and crystal that suddenly looked foreign and impossible. My vision swam, the room tilting sideways. I'm sorry, I whispered. I just need a moment. The world went dark. I woke in the palace medical wing with Thane's face hovering over mine, stark with worry. Kala was there too, tears streaming down her cheeks, clutching my hand like she was afraid I'd disappear. What happened? I asked groggily. You fainted, Thane said, his voice tight with barely controlled emotion. From exhaustion and malnutrition, according to the healers. Vesper, when did you last eat a full meal? When did you last sleep through the night? I couldn't remember. Days blurred together into an endless cycle of studying and performing and trying desperately to be enough. The evaluations. I started to sit up, but Thane gently pushed me back down. Can wait, he finished firmly. You're no good to anyone if you work yourself to death trying to meet impossible standards. But I only have 2 months left. 2 months is enough time if you're actually healthy and functioning, he interrupted. But not if you keep pushing yourself like this. Vesper, you have to rest. Actually rest, not just collapse when your body can't continue. Tears leaked from the corners of my eyes, exhaustion and frustration overwhelming my carefully maintained control. I'm trying so hard, Thane. I'm doing everything I can, but it never feels like enough. There's always more to learn, more to prove, more hoops to jump through. I know. He gathered me carefully into his arms, mindful of the medical equipment surrounding us. I know, love. And I'm sorry I let it get this far. Sorry I didn't notice how much you were suffering. Sorry the price of being with me is this constant battle. Don't apologize, I said, though my voice broke. This is my choice. My fight. Our fight, he corrected. Which means I have a say in strategy. And right now the strategy is rest. 3 days minimum, healer's orders. No studying, no appearances, no evaluations. Just recovery. The council can go to hell, he finished flatly. If they use your medical collapse as evidence against you, it only proves they've pushed you beyond reasonable limits. That reflects on them, not you. From my other side, Kala's small voice spoke up. Mama, please rest. I'm scared. You look like Daddy did before. She didn't finish, but she didn't have to. Before he died. That's what she was remembering, her father's final days, the exhaustion and pain she'd been too young to fully understand but old enough to recognize when she saw it again. Oh, baby. I reached for her, pulling her close. I'm not leaving you. I promise. I just pushed myself too hard. But I'm going to be fine. Promise. Her voice was so small, so full of fear. I promise. Cross my heart. Thane held us both, and in that moment, surrounded by love and concern, I realized something crucial. I'd been so focused on proving myself to the council that I'd forgotten who I was really fighting for. Not for nobles who would never fully accept me. Not for evaluators documenting my failures. For this family. For quiet moments like this where we held each other and drew strength from our connection. And that was worth more than any crown. Worth more than any amount of approval from people who'd already decided I wasn't enough. Chapter 11. The Final Test. The 3 days of mandated rest stretched into 5 at the healer's insistence. 5 days of sleeping without nightmares about examinations I couldn't pass, of eating full meals that actually tasted like something, of playing with Kala in our suite without guilt gnawing at me for time not spent studying. 5 days of Thane working from our sitting room instead of his study, his presence a constant reminder that I wasn't alone in this fight. And 5 days of clarity slowly returning, of perspective I'd lost somewhere in the endless grind of trying to prove myself worthy. You know what I realized? I said to Thane on the 4th evening, as we sat together watching Kala arrange her stuffed animals in elaborate formations. I've been so focused on becoming what they want me to be that I forgot who I actually am. He looked up from the report he was reviewing, his dark eyes thoughtful. What do you mean? I mean, I've been trying to transform myself into some idealized version of a queen, perfectly polished, flawlessly educated, capable of navigating every social situation without error. But that's not who you fell in love with. No, he agreed quietly. I fell in love with a woman who begged for expired cake for her daughter, who survived impossible circumstances with grace and dignity, who chose compassion over bitterness despite every reason to become hard. Exactly. I leaned against him, drawing comfort from his solid warmth. And somewhere in the last 4 months, I lost sight of that. I became so focused on meeting their standards that I stopped being myself. So, what are you going to do differently? He asked, with genuine curiosity in his voice. Stop trying to be perfect, I said simply. Stop trying to become someone else. The examinations are in 6 weeks. I'll prepare as best I can, but I'm not going to kill myself trying to memorize every obscure protocol. Instead, I'm going to focus on what actually matters, which is understanding the underlying principles. I said, the strategy crystallizing as I spoke. They can test me on specific protocols, and I might get some wrong. But if I understand why those protocols exist, the diplomatic reasoning, the historical context, the practical applications, then I can demonstrate genuine comprehension rather than just rote memorization. Thane smiled, something like pride lighting his features. That's brilliant. And much more sustainable than what you've been doing. I learned it from managing poverty, I admitted. When you can't afford to buy everything, you learn to prioritize, to understand what's essential versus what's just nice to have. The same principle applies here. The council won't like it, he warned. They'll expect mastery of minutiae, perfect recall of specific details. Then they'll be disappointed, I said, feeling more confident than I had in months. But maybe that's okay. Maybe I'm not supposed to meet every impossible expectation they set. Maybe I'm just supposed to be good enough, competent, capable, genuine. Maybe that's all anyone can reasonably ask. He pulled me closer, pressing a kiss to my temple. That's all I've ever asked. That's all I've ever wanted you, exactly as you are. The shift in approach made an immediate difference. Instead of trying to memorize every noble family tree going back centuries, I focused on understanding current power dynamics and alliances. Instead of drilling endless protocol variations, I studied the diplomatic reasoning behind formal customs. Instead of cramming territorial law precedents, I learned the underlying legal principles that guided decisions. Linnea noticed the change during our next study session. You seem different, she observed, watching me work through a diplomatic scenario with more confidence than I'd shown in weeks. More centered, less frantic. I stopped trying to be perfect, I explained. Started trying to be competent instead. Turns out there's a significant difference. Indeed there is. She looked pleased. Perfection is impossible and exhausting to pursue. Competence is achievable and sustainable. Much better strategy for the long term. With Lady Kasha's help, I also restructured my public appearances, fewer events but more meaningful engagement. Instead of attending every reception and trying to make small talk with nobles who barely tolerated me, I focused on visiting districts where I could make genuine connections, where my presence actually mattered to people's lives. The response reinforced what Lady Kasha had told me. Popular support was growing, not among nobility, but among common citizens who saw their own struggles reflected in my story. The people love you, Malachi reported after accompanying me to a school opening in a modest district. They see you as one of them who made good, proof that worth isn't determined by birth. The council won't care about popular opinion, I said, though the support did warm something in my chest. Won't they? He looked thoughtful. Popular unrest is the one thing that truly threatens stability. If the people demand your acceptance and the council rejects you anyway, they risk serious backlash. That's leverage, even if it's not the kind they're accustomed to considering. It was a sobering thought. I didn't want to force Thane's hand or create political instability. But if popular support was the one card I held that the council couldn't easily dismiss, maybe it was worth playing. 6 weeks before the final examinations, I received an unexpected visitor. Lord Kieran, the youngest council member, who'd seemed more moderate than most, requested a private meeting. We met in one of the palace's smaller sitting rooms, neutral territory that belonged to neither his authority nor my limited domain. Mrs. Ashmore, he began, his manner more casual than I'd seen in official settings. Thank you for agreeing to meet with me. Of course. I gestured for him to sit, curious about what prompted this visit. What can I do for you? He was quiet for a moment, seeming to weigh his words carefully. I want to be honest with you about something. The examinations you'll be taking, they're designed to be extraordinarily difficult. Perhaps impossibly so. My stomach sank, though I'd suspected as much. Define impossibly. I mean, the pass threshold has been set higher than what we've required of any previous candidate for queenship, he said bluntly. The council majority wants you to fail. They've structured the test to ensure that outcome. The confirmation of what I'd feared should have devastated me. Instead, I felt oddly calm. Why are you telling me this? Because it's not right, he said, frustration evident in his voice. I didn't support this probationary period initially. I felt it was prejudicial, designed to undermine rather than genuinely evaluate. But I was outvoted. Now, watching them stack the deck further against you, I can't stay silent. What happens if I fail? I asked quietly. The council will recommend against the bonding, he said. Formally advise His Majesty to reconsider. They can't force him to comply. Mate choice is sovereign right, but the political pressure will be intense. And if he bonds with me anyway? Lord Kieran's expression grew troubled. Then we face a potential constitutional crisis. The council could claim he's acting as a tyrant, ignoring proper counsel. Some nobles might even call for a challenge to his authority. The weight of that settled over me like ice water. Challenging an Alpha King meant trial by combat, potentially to the death. Thane would win, I had no doubt, but at what cost? How much blood would be spilled? How much instability would be created? You're telling me that pursuing this, insisting on this bond, could literally tear the territory apart, I said slowly. I'm telling you the risks, he corrected. What you do with that information is your choice. After he left, I sat alone for a long time, staring at nothing, my mind spinning with impossible calculations. I loved Thane. I loved Calla. I loved the family we'd built against all odds. But was that love worth the civil war? Worth nobles dying in challenges? Worth the instability that could leave the territory vulnerable to external threats? How much was too much to ask for personal happiness? I didn't tell Thane about Lord Kieran's visit immediately. Instead, I spent 2 days wrestling with the information alone, trying to understand what it meant, what choices we actually had. The examinations would likely be impossible to pass, not because I wasn't capable, but because they'd been designed to ensure failure. If I failed, the council would oppose the bonding. If Thane proceeded anyway, we risked a serious political crisis. Those were the facts. But what were the alternatives? I could withdraw voluntarily, tell Thane I'd changed my mind, that the cost was too high. That would spare the territory potential conflict, would allow him to eventually choose someone politically acceptable, and would preserve stability.
It would also destroy me.
And destroy Calla, who'd already bonded with Thane as her father, who'd already begun imagining a future as a princess, who'd already started healing from the trauma of losing her birth father. And destroy Thane, who'd made his choice knowing the complications, who defended that choice at every turn, who'd shown me what love looked like when backed by action rather than just words. So withdrawal wasn't really an option. not one I could live with, which left only one path forward. Prepare as thoroughly as possible, take the examinations knowing they were rigged against me, and trust that whatever happened afterward, we'd face it together. On the third day after Lord Kieran's visit, I finally told Thane everything. He listened in silence, his expression growing darker with each revelation. When I finished, he was quiet for a long moment before speaking. "They've rigged the test," he said, his voice deadly calm. "Deliberately set standards I know you could never meet, no matter how capable you are. That's not evaluation. That's sabotage." "Yes," I agreed simply. "I could intervene," he said, though his tone suggested he already knew what my response would be. Demand they adjust the standards, threaten consequences if they don't. "That would only prove their point," I said. "That I need special treatment, that I can't succeed on merit. It would undermine everything we're trying to build." "So, you're going to take an impossible test," he said slowly, "knowing you're likely to fail. Knowing that failure will give them ammunition to use against us." "Yes." "Why?" The question held genuine confusion. "Why not withdraw? Spare yourself that humiliation." "Because withdrawing would be giving up," I said. "Admitting they were right about me, that I don't belong here. And Thane, I do belong here. Maybe not by their standards, maybe not according to bloodlines and traditions. But I belong here because you chose me. Because Kala needs me. Because there are people in this territory who need to see that worth isn't determined by birth." I moved closer, taking his hands in mine. "I'm going to take that test. I'm going to answer every question as best I can, demonstrate everything I've learned, show them I'm competent even if I'm not perfect. And when they reject me anyway, because let's be honest, they will, then we decide what comes next. Together." "You're certain?" he asked, searching my face. "You understand the risks?" "I understand that loving you comes with complications," I said. "That choosing this life means fighting battles I never imagined. But I also understand that some things are worth fighting for. We're worth fighting for." He pulled me into his arms, holding me with desperate intensity. "I don't deserve you," he said roughly. "Don't deserve your courage, your determination, your willingness to face this despite knowing how it will likely end. You deserve everything," I countered. "You deserve a mate who fights for you, who stands beside you when things get hard, who chooses you despite the complications. That's what love looks like, Thane. Not pretty and perfect, but messy and difficult and worth every moment." We stood like that for a long time, drawing strength from each other, preparing for the battle we knew was coming. The final 6 weeks passed in a blur of preparation. I studied relentlessly but strategically, focusing on comprehension rather than memorization. I made peace with the fact that I wouldn't know everything, couldn't possibly meet every standard they'd set. But I could demonstrate genuine understanding, real capability, actual growth from the woman who'd started this journey 4 months ago. Lady Kasha and Linnea became my constant support system, drilling me on likely questions, helping me understand the political subtext beneath academic content, preparing me not just for the test but for the aftermath. "Whatever happens," Lady Kasha told me the night before the examinations, "you've already proven something important. You've shown that common people can rise, can learn, can become more than their circumstances suggest. That matters, regardless of what the council decides." The examinations took place over 3 grueling days. Day 1, territorial history and politics. 8 hours of questions that ranged from reasonable to absurdly obscure. I answered what I could with confidence, admitted uncertainty when I genuinely didn't know, and refused to let their impossible standards shake my composure. Day 2, diplomatic protocol and international relations. 6 hours of scenarios designed to trip me up, to make me commit errors that could be cited as disqualifying. I navigated them as carefully as possible, relying on underlying principles when specific protocols escaped me. Day 3, court law and administrative procedures. 7 hours of legal precedents and procedural minutiae that would have challenged scholars who'd spent lifetimes studying such things. When it was finally over, I emerged exhausted but strangely proud. I hadn't been perfect, far from it. but I'd been competent, capable, and genuine. I'd shown growth and understanding and determination. Whether that would be enough remained to be seen. The council deliberated for 5 days. 5 days of waiting, of speculation, of the entire palace holding its breath to see what verdict would be delivered. Thane spent those days preparing for multiple scenarios, drafting responses to different outcomes, consulting with loyal advisors about potential political ramifications, quietly ensuring military support remained solid in case things deteriorated badly. I spent them with Kala, treasuring every moment, preparing her for the possibility that things might change dramatically depending on what the council decided. "Mama," she asked on the 4th evening, "what happens if they say no? If they say you can't marry Thane?" I pulled her close, breathing in her sweetness. "Then we figured out together. All 3 of us. The council can make recommendations, but they can't make our choices for us. So we'll still be a family? Always, I promised. No matter what anyone says, no matter what decisions get made, we're a family. That's permanent. That's forever." She seemed satisfied with that answer, and I hoped desperately that I could make it true regardless of what came next. On the 6th day, the summons came. The council was ready to deliver their final verdict. Chapter 12. The verdict. The council chamber felt colder than I remembered. Or perhaps it was just fear making my blood run cold, making every breath feel shallow and insufficient. I stood beside Thane in the center of the room, our hands clasped together in open defiance of protocol that suggested I should stand separately, subserviently. We'd made our choice. Whatever the council decided, we would face it together. All 7 council members sat in their formal robes, their expressions carved from stone, revealing nothing. Lord Aldrich held another sealed scroll, the physical manifestation of 5 days of deliberation, 5 days that would determine whether months of struggle had been worth it. The gallery was packed. Court nobles who'd come to witness my humiliation. Staff members who'd supported me quietly, hoping for vindication. Even common citizens had been allowed entry, Thane's insistence. A reminder that this verdict affected more than just palace politics. "Your Majesty," Lord Aldrich began, his voice formal and heavy. "We have completed our evaluation of Mrs. Vesper Ashmore's probationary period and examination results." He paused, and the silence stretched impossibly long. I felt Thane's hand tighten on mine, felt his tension radiating through the contact. "The council has reviewed comprehensive reports documenting Mrs. Ashmore's progress over the past 6 months," Lord Aldrich continued. "Her performance in protocol training, her conduct at official functions, her engagement with territorial citizens, and most recently, her examination scores across all tested subjects." Another pause. My heart hammered so hard I was certain everyone could hear it. "Mrs. Ashmore demonstrated competency in many areas," he said, his tone neutral. "Her understanding of diplomatic principles showed marked improvement. Her engagement with common citizens was unprecedented in its scope and genuine in its execution. Her dedication to the role was evident throughout the probationary period." Hope flickered in my chest. That sounded almost positive? However, Lord Aldrich said, and that single word extinguished the hope like water on flame, her examination scores fell below the threshold established by this council as necessary for queenship. The chamber erupted into whispers. I felt the ground shift beneath me, felt everything I'd worked for slipping away despite knowing this outcome was likely. "Specifically," he continued, raising his voice to cut through the noise, "Mrs. Ashmore scored 81% on territorial history, 79% on diplomatic protocol, and 76% on court law. While these scores demonstrate knowledge, they do not meet the 90% threshold the council established as minimum requirement." 90%. They'd set the pass mark at 90% for tests designed to be nearly impossible. It was exactly the rig system Lord Kieran had warned me about. "Therefore," Lord Aldrich said, his voice carrying across the chamber with finality, "the council's official recommendation is that His Majesty reconsider the proposed bonding with Mrs. Ashmore. We advise that she has not demonstrated sufficient mastery of the knowledge required for queenship, and that proceeding with the bond would be inadvisable for territorial stability." The whispers became a roar. Nobles exchanging satisfied glances, vindicated in their prejudice. Staff members looking devastated, their hope for something different crushed. Common citizens crying out in protest, their voices rising in anger. But I barely heard any of it. My entire focus was on Thane, on his expression as he processed what had just been said. His face had gone completely still, empty of all emotion. But I could feel the fury radiating from him like heat from a forge, could sense the wolf rising close to the surface, barely contained. "Your recommendation is noted," he said, his voice deadly quiet. "And rejected." The chamber fell silent. "Your Majesty," Lord Aldrich began. "I said rejected," Thane interrupted, his voice carrying absolute authority. "You've had your evaluation, delivered your verdict. Now I'll deliver mine." He turned to face the assembled gallery, still holding my hand, pulling me slightly forward so we stood truly side by side. Vesper Ashmore scored in the high 70s to low 80s on examinations designed, deliberately, I suspect, to be nearly impossible, he said. Tests that would challenge scholars who've spent decades studying these subjects. The fact that she scored as highly as she did, after only 6 months of preparation while managing other responsibilities, is remarkable. "But Your Majesty, the threshold," Lady Meredith started, "was set arbitrarily high by a council determined to see her fail," Thane finished. "Don't insult my intelligence by pretending otherwise. You established a 90% requirement knowing it was unreasonable, knowing it would allow you to reject her regardless of actual competency." His dark eyes swept across the council members, and I watched several of them shift uncomfortably. "But here's what you failed to consider," he continued. "I don't need a mate who can recite every obscure historical precedent or navigate every Byzantine protocol perfectly. I need a partner who understands people, who leads with compassion, who makes decisions based on what's right rather than what's traditional." He turned to me, and the love in his eyes made my breath catch. "Vesper has demonstrated all of that and more," he said. "She's connected with common citizens in ways no queen has in generations. She's worked tirelessly to master knowledge far outside her background. She's faced your scrutiny with grace and determination. And most importantly, she's shown our people that worth isn't determined by birth, it's determined by character." "Your Majesty, we must consider," Lord Voss tried. "No," Thane said flatly. "You've had 6 months to consider. Now I'm making my decision as Alpha King, using the sovereign right that belongs to me alone. Vesper Ashmore is my chosen mate. That bond will proceed as originally planned. Your approval is no longer required or requested." The gallery erupted again, some in protest, others in cheers. The council members exchanged alarmed glances, clearly not having expected such direct defiance. "Your Majesty," Lord Aldrich said, his voice rising above the chaos, "proceeding against the council's recommendation sets a dangerous precedent. It suggests you value personal desire over proper governance. It suggests I value genuine partnership over political convenience," Thane corrected. "And if that's a dangerous precedent, so be it. I'd rather rule with a mate I love and respect than with someone whose only qualification is noble blood and council approval." He paused, letting that sink in, then continued with steel in his voice. "Furthermore, let me be absolutely clear about something. Anyone who disrespects my mate, who treats her as anything less than your future queen, will answer directly to me. Not through political channels, not through council procedures, directly to me. Is that understood?" The threat hung in the air like a blade. No one moved. No one challenged me. "The bonding ceremony will take place in 2 weeks," Thane announced. "All court members are expected to attend and show proper respect. Those who cannot manage that are welcome to tender their resignations. Are there any questions?" Silence. Even Lord Aldrich seemed at a loss for words.
"Good."
Thane turned to leave, still holding my hand. "This council is dismissed." The moment we were in the privacy of a corridor, away from watching eyes, I stopped walking. "Thane." "Not here," he said, his voice tight. "Our suite."
"Please."
I just need to get somewhere private." We walked quickly through palace corridors, Past staff who pressed themselves against walls to let us pass, past guards who saluted with military precision. The tension radiating from Thane was palpable, dangerous, barely contained. When we finally reached our suite, when the door closed behind us and we were alone, he pulled me into his arms with desperate intensity. "I'm sorry," he said roughly, his face buried in my hair. "I'm so sorry you had to go through that. Sorry they put you on trial. Sorry they rejected you despite everything you accomplished. Sorry the cost of loving me is so impossibly high." "Stop apologizing," I said, my own voice thick with emotion. "You just offended me in front of the entire court. You rejected their recommendation without hesitation. You made it clear that nothing they say will change your choice." "Because it won't," he said fiercely. "Nothing could change my choice. You're my mate, Vesper. My partner. My equal. The council can object all they want. It doesn't change reality." I pulled back to look at him, seeing the fierce determination in his eyes, but also the concern lurking beneath. "What happens now? What are the consequences of defying the council like that?" He was quiet for a moment, his jaw tight. "Politically, some nobles will be furious. Some may even resign their positions or withdraw their support. There could be challenges to my authority, though anyone stupid enough to actually issue a formal challenge will regret it." "And the territory?" I asked quietly. "Will this create the instability they warned about?"
"Possibly," he admitted.
"But Vesper, the alternative, giving you up, choosing someone else to maintain political peace, would destroy me, would destroy us, would teach our people that love and genuine partnership matter less than tradition and prejudice. Is that really the lesson we want to set?" "No," I said immediately. "But I don't want to be the reason for civil conflict either. I don't want nobles dying in challenges because you chose to love me." "Then we'll make sure it doesn't come to that," he said. "We'll navigate this carefully, build alliances with reasonable nobles, and demonstrate through actions that this choice strengthens rather than weakens the territory." Lady Kasha was right. Popular support matters. The common people love you. That's leverage the council can't easily dismiss. A soft sound made us both turn. Kala stood in the doorway to her room, tears streaming down her face, her small body trembling. "Did they say Mama can't marry you?" she asked, her voice breaking. "Did they say I can't be a princess anymore?" My heart shattered. In all the political maneuvering and strategic planning, I'd forgotten what this meant to her. The 7-year-old girl who'd finally found stability and safety, who'd finally dared to hope for something better. Thane crossed to her immediately, kneeling to her level. "Listen to me carefully, Kala. The council said some things they thought were important, but they don't make the final decision, I do. And I've decided that your mama is going to be my mate, that you are my daughter, and that nothing the council says changes our family. Do you understand?" "Promise," she whispered. "Promise," he said firmly. "In 2 weeks, we're having a bonding ceremony. Your mama will officially become my mate and your stepfather. You'll remain Princess Kala, recognized as my daughter and heir. Nothing about that has changed. But what if people are angry? What if they try to hurt Mama? Then I'll protect her," he said simply. "That's what family does. We protect each other. And Kala, you should know something important. Your mama just spent 6 months working incredibly hard, studying subjects that would challenge anyone. Also, she could prove she deserved to be queen. And she did prove it, even if some stubborn old nobles refused to see it." He pulled her into his arms, holding her close. "You should be proud of her." "I certainly am." Kala looked at me over Thane's shoulder, and the love and pride in her young eyes made tears slip down my cheeks. "I'm very proud," she said. "Mama is the strongest person I know." "The strongest person we know," Thane corrected, glancing back at me with so much love it made my chest ache. The next 2 weeks were a whirlwind of preparation and political maneuvering. 3 council members resigned in protest: Lord Aldrich, Lady Meredith, and Lord Voss. Their departures were dramatic, accompanied by formal statements denouncing Thane's decision as reckless and dangerous. But 4 remained, including Lord Kieran, who quietly pledged his continued support and began working behind the scenes to build consensus among more moderate nobles. Public reaction was overwhelmingly positive. When news spread that the council had rejected me but Thane had chosen me anyway, common citizens celebrated in the streets. Markets buzzed with discussion about the people's queen, who'd been elevated despite noble opposition. Support rallied in districts throughout the territory. "They're calling you a hero," Lady Kasha reported, looking pleased. A symbol of what's possible when someone refuses to let circumstances define them. The narrative has shifted entirely. Now the council looks like out-of-touch elitists trying to maintain power, while you represent hope for ordinary people. The political tide had turned. Not completely. Many nobles remained hostile, but enough that open opposition became politically risky. Supporting the council's rejected recommendation meant appearing to oppose popular will. Preparations for the bonding ceremony continued despite the controversy. Adelaide helped me choose a gown. Not the elaborate creation protocol suggested, but something simpler, more elegant, more me. Midnight blue silk that flowed like water, with silver embroidery that caught the light. "You look like Moonlight," Calla breathed when she saw me in it for the first fitting. "Like magic." "I feel like myself," I said, and realized that was the highest compliment I could give. After 6 months of trying to become someone else, I'd finally remembered that being myself was enough. Thane saw the dress 2 days before the ceremony and went very still. "Vesper," he said quietly, "you're the most beautiful thing I've ever seen." "I'm not trying to be beautiful," I admitted. "Just real. Just me." "That's what makes you beautiful," he said, pulling me close. "Your realness. Your refusal to pretend to be something you're not. That's what I fell in love with in the marketplace. Your genuine, unpolished, absolutely perfect self." The night before the ceremony, we gathered in our suite, Thane, Calla, and me, for a quiet family dinner. No politics, no stress, no discussion of tomorrow's significance. Just us, enjoying each other's company, treasuring this moment before everything changed. "Are you nervous?" Calla asked me as I tucked her into bed. "Terrified," I admitted honestly. "Tomorrow I'm going to stand in front of hundreds of people, many of whom think I don't belong there, and formally bond with the Alpha King. That's fairly nerve-wracking." "But you'll do it anyway," she said with absolute confidence. "Because you're brave. And because you love Thane. And because we're a family." "Yes," I agreed, kissing her forehead. "For all those reasons. I'm glad you're going to be my real mama," she whispered. "I mean, you already are. But I'm glad everyone will know it." "Me too, baby. Me too." After she fell asleep, I stood at our window looking out at the moonlit gardens, trying to process everything that had led to this moment. 6 months ago, I'd been a widow begging for expired cake, invisible to everyone except the daughter who needed me. Now I stood on the eve of becoming queen, partner to a king who defied his entire council to choose me, mother to a daughter who would be a princess, symbol to common people throughout the territory that circumstances didn't define worth. It felt impossible, terrifying, completely surreal, and absolutely perfectly right. Thane found me there, wrapping his arms around me from behind, pulling me against his chest. "Having second thoughts?" he asked quietly. "Not even for a moment," I said. "Just amazed that we made it here. That despite everything working against us, we actually made it." "We made it because we refused to give up," he said. "Because we chose each other every single day, regardless of obstacles. That's what love looks like, Vesper. Not the easy beginning, but the difficult middle. The choice to keep choosing." "I'll keep choosing you," I promised. "Tomorrow and every day after. For as long as you'll have me." "Forever, then," he said, and I heard the smile in his voice. "I plan to keep you forever." We stood like that, wrapped in each other and moonlight, on the precipice of a future we'd fought desperately to reach. Tomorrow, I will become queen. But tonight, I was simply Vesper, loved, chosen enough exactly as I was. And that was everything. Chapter 13. Moonlight and Vows. The morning of the bonding ceremony dawned clear and bright, as if the universe itself had decided to bless this impossible union. I woke early, unable to sleep, my mind spinning with everything that would happen today. In a few hours, I would stand before the entire court and formally bond with Thane. The ceremony would be witnessed by nobles who despised me, citizens who championed me, and a council that had already declared me unworthy. No pressure at all. "Mama, you're shaking," Calla observed from where she'd crawled into my bed sometime during the night, seeking comfort or offering it. I wasn't sure which. "Just nervous," I admitted, pulling her close. "Big day today." "The biggest," she agreed. "You're going to be a real queen. And I'm going to be a real princess. And Thane is going to be my real father." "He already is your real father," I corrected gently. "The ceremony just makes it official for everyone else." She was quiet for a moment, then said in a small voice, "Do you think Daddy, my first daddy, would be okay with this? With me having a new father?" My heart clenched. We talked about Rowan occasionally, keeping his memory alive, but this was the first time she'd voiced concern about betraying him by accepting Thane. "Baby, your daddy loved you more than anything," I said carefully. "And all he ever wanted was for you to be happy and safe and loved. Thane gives you all those things. I think Daddy would be grateful that someone as good as Thane wants to be your father, wants to protect you and care for you the way Daddy would have if he'd lived." "So it's okay to love them both?" she asked. "The daddy I remember, and the daddy I have now." "It's more than okay," I assured her. "It's beautiful. Love doesn't run out, sweetheart. Having Thane as your father doesn't mean loving Rowan less. It just means your heart has room for both." She seemed satisfied with that answer, snuggling closer. We lay like that until Adelaide arrived, her kind face creased with excitement. "It's time," she announced. "The stylists are here for both of you. We have 4 hours before the ceremony, and there's much to do." What followed was controlled chaos. Stylists did my hair in an elegant upswept style, leaving a few silver blonde tendrils to frame my face. Makeup artists enhanced my features without making me look like someone else, natural but polished, reflecting the Moonlight-themed Thane, and I had chosen for the ceremony. The midnight blue gown fit perfectly, flowing around me like liquid starlight. The silver embroidery caught every movement, creating patterns that shifted and danced. It was beautiful without being ostentatious, elegant without losing my essential self. Calla wore a smaller version in pale silver, looking like a little moon beside my midnight sky. Her eyes shone with excitement as she studied herself in the mirror. "We look like we belong in a story," she breathed. "We are in a story," I told her. "Our story. And today's the day it becomes real for everyone else." A knock interrupted our preparations. Thane's voice came through the door, carefully respectful of tradition that suggested we shouldn't see each other before the ceremony. "Vesper? Can I come in?" I promised to keep my eyes closed. I smiled despite my nervousness. "Come in." He entered with his hand literally covering his eyes, looking absurd and endearing in equal measure. He was already dressed in his ceremonial attire, dark formal robes edged in silver that matched my gown, the crown of the shadow territories resting on his dark hair. "I just wanted to give you something," he said, still not looking. "Hold out your hand." I did, and felt him place something cool and weighty in my palm. I looked down to find a necklace, a pendant of moonstone set in silver, catching the light with internal fire. "It was my mother's," he said quietly. "She wore it at her own bonding ceremony. I want you to have it, to wear it today, as a reminder that you're not just joining me, you're joining a lineage, becoming part of something that extends beyond just us." My throat tightened with emotion. "Thane, I can't. This is a family heirloom." "And your family," he interrupted, "will be officially in a few hours, but you've been family since the moment I chose you. Please, Vesper, wear it. Let it be a bridge between who you were and who you're becoming." I fastened it around my neck, and the moonstone settled perfectly against my collarbone, as if it had been made for me. "Can I look now?" he asked, a hint of pleading in his voice. "No," I said, laughing despite my tears. "Tradition says you have to wait until the ceremony. You're the one who insisted on following that particular protocol." He groaned but smiled.
"Fine."
"But Vesper, I love you. Whatever happens today, whatever anyone says or does, remember that. I love you. I choose you, and nothing will change that. I love you too, I whispered. Now go, before you ruin your own tradition by peeking. He left, still keeping his eyes covered, and I heard his soft laughter echoing down the corridor. The ceremony was held in the palace's grand hall, transformed for the occasion into something that looked like moonlight made solid. Silver drapes hung from the ceiling, creating an illusion of being under a night sky. Thousands of candles cast shifting shadows that danced across walls. The scent of night-blooming jasmine filled the air, heady and intoxicating. Chairs had been arranged to accommodate hundreds, nobles in the front sections, their expressions ranging from barely concealed hostility to cautious curiosity. Behind them, common citizens who'd been granted special permission to attend, their faces bright with excitement and hope. And standing along the walls, guards in full ceremonial uniform, their presence both decorative and functional, a reminder that this ceremony was protected, sanctified, not to be disrupted. I waited in an antechamber with Kala, listening to the murmur of gathered crowds, feeling my pulse thunder with anticipation and terror in equal measure. You look beautiful, Mama, Kala said for perhaps the 10th time, as if repetition could make it more true. So, do you, sweetheart? I straightened her small crown, a delicate circlet of silver that marked her as princess, as heir, as chosen. Are you ready for this? I've been ready my whole life, she said with unexpected wisdom. I just didn't know what I was waiting for until we found Thane. The music began, not the traditional ceremonial march, but something Thane and I had chosen together. A haunting melody that spoke of moonlight and transformation, of impossible love made real through determination. The doors opened. The grand hall stretched before us, a sea of faces turning to watch our entrance. I took a deep breath, squeezed Kala's hand once more, and stepped forward. We walked together down the center aisle, no traditional giving away, no suggestion that I belonged to anyone except myself. Kala walked on my right, a visual declaration that this union included her, that we came as a package. Thane waited at the front of the hall, standing beneath an arch woven from silver branches and white flowers. When he saw us, when his eyes found mine across the distance, his expression transformed into something so full of love and wonder that it made my breath catch. We reached him, and he extended his hands, one to me, one to Kala, pulling us both into the circle of his presence. The officiant was Lord Kieran, the one council member who'd shown genuine support throughout this ordeal. His young face was solemn but warm as he began the ceremony. We gather today, he said, his voice carrying across the hall, to witness a bonding that represents not just the union of two people, but the transformation of what's possible. Alpha King Thane Nightshade and Vesper Ashmore come before us to declare their choice, to formalize a bond that has already been forged through trial and determination. He turned to Thane. Your Majesty, you've chosen this woman as your mate despite significant opposition, despite political complications, despite every reasonable argument against this union. Tell us, why? Thane's hands tightened on mine. Because she reminds me what it means to be human beneath the crown. Because she's faced more hardship than most people I know and remained kind. Because she loves fiercely and completely, and I want that love in my life. Because when I'm with her, I'm not just a king. I'm a man who's found his home. His voice dropped, becoming more intimate despite the hundreds listening. I choose Vesper because she's worth choosing. Because she's made me better, made me remember that power should serve compassion rather than the other way around. Because she and Kala have become my family, and I would rather face every consequence than lose them. Lord Kieran turned to me. Vesper Ashmore, you've chosen to bond with the Alpha King, knowing the challenges that come with such a union. You've endured scrutiny, judgment, and deliberate obstacles designed to break your resolve. Tell us, why continue? Why not seek an easier path? I looked at Thane, seeing past the crown and ceremony to the man beneath, the one who'd heard me begging for expired cake and chosen to care, who'd protected us when we were vulnerable, who'd defended his choice even when it cost him politically. Because love isn't supposed to be easy, I said, my voice steady despite the emotion threatening to overwhelm me. It's supposed to be worth it. And Thane is worth every challenge, every judgment, every obstacle we've faced. He's worth fighting for. I glanced at Kala, including her in my words. We're worth fighting for. This family we've built from loss and loneliness and impossible hope. I chose Thane because he chose us first, because he saw value where others saw only poverty, because he made us feel like we mattered when the world had decided we didn't. Then before these witnesses, Lord Kieran said, I ask you both, do you freely choose this bond? Do you accept all that comes with it? The joys and burdens, the triumphs and challenges, the public scrutiny and private moments. I do, Thane said, his voice ringing with certainty. I do, I echoed, meaning it with every fiber of my being. Then, by the authority vested in me by the shadow territories and the sacred laws of our people, I declare you bonded mates. Lord Kieran smiled. Alpha King Thane Nightshade and Queen Vesper Nightshade, may your union strengthen this territory and inspire our people. The hall erupted. Not unanimous cheering. Some nobles remained silent, their disapproval evident, but enough genuine celebration that it felt real, felt like acceptance despite everything. Thane pulled me into his arms and kissed me, claiming me before everyone, declaring this bond real and permanent and not subject to anyone's approval but ours. When we finally broke apart, both breathless, he turned to Kala and lifted her into his arms. And now, he announced to the assembled crowd, I formally recognize Princess Kala Nightshade as my daughter and heir. She carries my name, my protection, and my love. Anyone who questions her legitimacy answers to me directly. The declaration was bold, absolute, leaving no room for interpretation or challenge. Kala beamed, her small arms wrapping around Thane's neck, and the sight of them together, my daughter and my mate, my family, made tears stream freely down my face. The reception that followed was a blur of faces and congratulations. Lady Kasha was among the first to approach, her eyes bright with unshed tears. You did it, she said, embracing me warmly. You actually did it. You broke through centuries of tradition and proved that worth matters more than birth. We did it, I corrected. I couldn't have survived without your support. Linnea appeared next, her severe expression softened by something that might have been pride. Queen Vesper, she said formally, then added more quietly, you've earned that title through determination and capability. Wear it well. Common citizens approached throughout the evening, their gratitude and support overwhelming. A woman from Hollow's End, tears streaming down her weathered face, thanked me for showing her daughters that their circumstances didn't define their worth. A factory worker told me his children talked about Princess Kala constantly, inspired by her elevation from poverty. Even some nobles offered grudging respect. Not friendship, that would take time if it came at all, but acknowledgement that I'd survived their scrutiny, that I'd earned my place through effort rather than manipulation. But the most meaningful moment came late in the evening, when the formal reception had wound down and only close supporters remained. Thane found me on a balcony overlooking the city, taking a moment alone after hours of performing, of being watched, of living up to this new role. Your Majesty, he said, using my new title with teasing formality. May I have this dance? Music drifted from a hall, something slow and intimate, meant for this quiet moment rather than public spectacle. I don't know the proper steps, I admitted. This wasn't covered in my protocol training. Neither do I, he confessed. My mother tried to teach me when I was young, but I was always terrible at it. Let's just make it up as we go. So we did. Swaying together under moonlight, no formal steps or elegant choreography, just two people holding each other and moving to music only we could truly hear. Are you happy? He asked after a while, his voice quiet against my hair. Terrified, I admitted. Overwhelmed. Still not entirely certain this is real. But yes, happy. So, impossibly happy. Good. He pulled back to look at me, his dark eyes holding mine with intensity that made my breath catch. Because you're stuck with me now. Officially bonded, publicly recognized, permanently mine. And you're permanently mine, I countered. The most powerful werewolf in the 7 realms, reduced to dancing badly on a balcony with his common-born mate. Not common, he corrected firmly. Extraordinary. Remarkable. Worth every political complication and every noble who objects. My equal in every way that matters. I love you, I said, the words simple, but weighted with everything we'd survived to reach this moment. I love you too, he replied. My mate. My queen. My home. Below us, the city sprawled in all directions, districts rich and poor, citizens noble and common, all part of the territory we would now rule together. Somewhere in the darkness, Hollow's End squatted with its poverty and desperation, a reminder of where I'd come from. But I was no longer that desperate widow begging for expired cake. I was Queen Vesper Nightshade, mate to an alpha king, mother to a princess, symbol to common people that circumstances didn't define destiny. And as Thane held me under moonlight, as music drifted around us and the weight of a crown settled onto shoulders that had once carried only poverty, I realized something profound. This wasn't the end of our story. It was just the beginning. Chapter 14, Dawn of a New Reign. 3 months later. The Queen's Council Chamber was a recent addition to Nightshade Palace, a space I'd insisted on creating despite raised eyebrows from traditionalists who thought queens should remain decorative rather than functional. Your Majesty, Linnea said, reviewing the reports spread across the polished table before us, the Widow's Assistance Program has been approved by the Treasury. We can begin implementation in Hollow's End next month, then expand to other districts based on demonstrated need. I studied the documents, feeling satisfaction warm my chest. This program, providing financial support and job training to widows raising children alone, had been my first major initiative as queen. The council had fought initially, calling it unnecessary spending, but popular support had been overwhelming. Excellent, I said. And the scholarship program for children from common districts? Also approved, Lady Kasha reported from her seat to my right. She'd accepted a formal advisory position, bringing her military husband's perspective on border security and her own sharp political instincts. 50 students will be selected this year for full education at palace schools, with room and board provided. The selection committee wants your input on criteria. Merit-based, I said immediately. Not just academic achievement, but also demonstrated resilience, leadership potential, creativity. I want students who've overcome obstacles, who understand what it means to struggle. Those are the future leaders this territory needs. Around the table, my small council nodded in agreement. This was my innovation, a council separate from Thane's that focused specifically on domestic policy, social programs, and the needs of common citizens. Nobles had mocked it at first, calling it the commoner's court, but results were harder to dismiss than prejudice. In 3 months, we'd established 5 new programs targeting poverty, education, and opportunity. Popular approval of the monarchy had risen significantly, particularly among districts that had historically felt ignored by palace politics. There's one more item, Linnea said, her expression carefully neutral in a way that suggested controversy. The Eastern Border Territories are requesting your presence for a memorial ceremony honoring fallen warriors from the conflicts 2 years ago. My breath caught. 2 years ago. When Rowan had died defending that border, when my entire life had collapsed into widow's grief and desperate survival. They specifically requested you, Lady Kasha added gently. Because you understand their loss personally, because you've lived what they're still living. They want someone who sees them, not just someone performing obligatory royal duties. I was quiet for a moment, processing this. Returning to the site where Rowan had died, facing families still navigating fresh grief, while I'd found new happiness, it felt complicated, potentially painful. But it also felt necessary. I'll go, I said finally. Schedule it for next month. And I'll bring Kala, if she wants to come. She should have the chance to honor her father's memory, to see that his sacrifice mattered. After the council adjourned, I remained in the chamber, staring at maps showing districts throughout the territory. So much need. So much work still to be done. The weight of responsibility sometimes felt crushing, but it was also strangely fulfilling, using power for something meaningful rather than just maintaining tradition. Your Majesty? I turned to find Malachi in the doorway, his scarred face holding something that might have been approval. His Majesty requests your presence in the war room. There's been a development. My stomach tightened. Developments requiring the war room were rarely good news. Thane stood over tactical maps when I entered, surrounded by his military advisors and senior guards. His expression was grim, jaw tight with tension I recognized as barely controlled fury. What's happened? I asked, moving to his side. The rogues who've been harassing our borders for the past year, he said, his voice hard. We've finally identified their leader and base of operations. They're organized and well-funded, much more so than typical rogue packs. Someone with resources and political motivation is backing them. Who? I asked, though dread was already forming in my gut. We don't know yet, one of the advisors admitted. But the timing is suspicious. The attacks escalated significantly after your bonding ceremony, particularly targeting areas with high concentrations of common citizens who supported your Majesty. The implication was clear. Someone was using rogue attacks to destabilize regions that had embraced me, trying to prove that elevating a common-born queen led to weakness and vulnerability. They're trying to undermine popular support, Lady Kasha said, having followed me into the war room. Make people associate your reign with increased danger. It's a political attack disguised as a military threat. Then we end it, Thane said flatly.
Decisively.
We've located their base, an abandoned fortress in the northern mountains. I'm leading a strike force personally to eliminate this threat. Absolutely not, I said immediately. You're the Alpha King. You don't risk yourself on raids that can be handled by your military. This isn't a typical raid, he countered. This is a direct challenge to our authority, to our bond, to everything we've built. I need to demonstrate strength, show that threats against my mate and my territory will be met with overwhelming force. By getting herself killed, my voice rose despite my attempt to remain calm. By leaving Kala without a father and me without a mate because you need to prove something? Vesper.
No.
I planted myself directly in front of him, forcing him to meet my eyes. You have capable commanders who can lead this mission. You have responsibilities here that matter more than symbolic gestures. And you have a family that needs you alive more than the rogues need to see you personally deliver justice. The war room fell silent. Advisors exchanged uncomfortable glances, and used to seeing their king challenged so directly, even by his mate. Thane's jaw worked, fury and frustration warring with logic. Finally, he turned to his head commander. Kieran, you'll lead the strike force. I want this base destroyed, their leader captured alive if possible, and evidence collected of who's funding them. Understood? Yes, Your Majesty, Commander Kieran replied, relief evident despite his military bearing. After the room cleared, leaving just Thane and me, he pulled me into his arms with desperate intensity. You're right, he admitted roughly. I was being reckless, letting anger override strategy. But Vesper, they're attacking because of you, targeting citizens who support you. That makes you want to protect me, I finished. I understand. But the best protection you can offer is staying alive, staying present, continuing to rule alongside me. We face threats together, remember? That doesn't mean you charge into every danger personally. When did you become the tactical one? He asked, something like amusement mixed with his frustration. When I became queen and realized someone needs to keep the Alpha King from getting himself killed, I replied. That someone might as well be me. He kissed me then, fierce and claiming, and I tasted fear beneath the passion. Fear for me, fear of losing what we'd built, fear that loving someone made him vulnerable in ways a king shouldn't be. I love you, he breathed against my lips. So much it terrifies me sometimes. The thought of anything happening to you. Nothing's going to happen to me, I assured him. We have guards, security protocols, and an entire territory of common citizens who'd riot if someone tried to harm their commoner queen. I'm probably safer now than I was in Hollow's End. Probably isn't certainly, he muttered, but some of the tension had drained from his shoulders. Nothing in life is certain, I countered. Except this, we chose each other. We built something worth protecting. And we'll face whatever comes together, with strategy and support rather than just brute force. Together, he echoed, and the word had become our promise, our reminder, our foundation. That evening, I found Calla in her room, surrounded by books and art supplies, working on something with intense concentration. "What are you making, sweetheart?" I asked, settling beside her. "A memory book," she said, not looking up from her careful drawing. "About Daddy, my first daddy. Miss Adelaide said it's important to remember people we've lost, to keep their stories alive even when we're building new happiness." My throat tightened. The drawing showed a man with light brown hair kneeling beside a small girl, both of them smiling. Rowan and Calla, captured in memory and love. "That's beautiful," I said softly. "And Adelaide is right. Your daddy would want you to remember him, to tell his story. Loving Thane doesn't mean forgetting Rowan." "I know," she said, finally looking up at me. Her young face held wisdom that no 7-year-old should need, but many possessed anyway. "My heart is big enough for both of them. Daddy who died protecting people, and Thane who protects us now. I'm lucky to have had both." "We're both lucky," I agreed, pulling her close. She was quiet for a moment, then asked, "Mama, is someone trying to hurt us? I heard guards talking about attacks." I hesitated, weighing how much truth to share with a child versus how much protection to offer. But Calla had survived too much to be coddled with comfortable lies. "Some bad people are causing trouble," I admitted carefully. "Trying to make others afraid, trying to prove that change is dangerous. But we have good people protecting us, and Thane is handling it. You're safe, I promise." "Are you scared?" she asked, her blue eyes searching mine. "Sometimes," I said honestly. "Being queen means facing challenges, and some of those challenges are scary. But I'm not scared enough to give up, or to stop fighting for what we've built. This family is worth protecting, worth defending, worth every difficult moment." She nodded, seeming satisfied with that answer, and returned to her drawing. But as I watched her work, preserving memory while building toward the future, I felt the weight of responsibility settle heavier. Everything we'd accomplished, the programs helping struggling families, the scholarship opportunities for common children, the symbolic message that worth transcended birth, all of it was under attack by forces that preferred tradition over progress. We couldn't let them win. The strike force departed 3 days later under cover of darkness. I stood with Thane on the palace walls, watching them disappear into the night. 50 of our best warriors, led by Commander Kieran, heading north to eliminate the rogue threat. "They'll succeed," I said, though anxiety gnawed at my stomach. "Kieran is capable, the intelligence is solid, and our warriors are well trained." "I know," Thane replied, but his hand gripped the stone battlement with white-knuckled intensity. "Doesn't make waiting any easier." We stood vigil together as the sun rose, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, reminding us that even the darkest nights eventually yielded to dawn. News came 2 days later via emergency messenger. "The mission was successful, Your Majesties," the messenger reported, exhausted but triumphant. "The rogue base has been destroyed, their leader captured, and evidence secured. Commander Kieran is returning with prisoners for interrogation." Relief flooded through me so intensely it made me dizzy. Thane pulled me close, and I felt similar relief vibrating through his body, fear he'd been containing for days finally releasing. "Casualties?" he asked, his voice carefully controlled. 3 wounded, none seriously. The rogues were caught by surprise. Your intelligence was accurate." After the messenger left to rest, Thane turned to me with an expression that held gratitude and love and something deeper. "You were right," he said quietly, "about me not leading the mission personally. If I'd gone, I would have let anger make me reckless. Would have taken unnecessary risks. Might have gotten warriors killed trying to protect me while I proved something to myself." "You have nothing to prove," I said firmly. "Not to me, not to the territory, not to anyone. You're a good king, a good mate, a good father. That's enough. Because you make it enough, he replied. You balance me, Vesper. Ground me when I start to lose perspective. Make me think strategically instead of just reacting. That's what partnership means, making each other better. When Commander Kieran returned with the captured rogues, interrogation revealed what we'd suspected. The attacks were politically motivated, funded by a coalition of nobles who'd opposed my elevation to queen. Not the entire council, and not through official channels that would constitute treason. But private funding, quiet encouragement, strategic support designed to destabilize regions that had embraced social reform. They wanted to prove that change is dangerous, Thane said during a private meeting with his closest advisors. That elevating common people leads to weakness. By attacking districts that supported Vesper, they hoped to turn popular opinion against reform. What do? I asked. We can't arrest nobles based on rogue testimony alone. That would create the instability they're hoping for. No, he agreed. But we can expose their tactics. Make it clear that attacks on common citizens were orchestrated by nobles protecting their own privilege. That narrative shift weakens their position significantly. Over the following weeks, we did exactly that. Carefully leaked information revealed noble involvement in rogue attacks. Public trials of captured rogues demonstrated that threats came from within our own nobility rather than external forces. Popular opinion turned sharply against those who tried to undermine reform through violence. Several noble families quietly withdrew from court, their political influence shattered. Others made public shows of supporting social programs, trying to repair reputations damaged by association with a conspiracy. The attempted destabilization had backfired spectacularly. They underestimated you, Lady Kasha observed during one of our council meetings. Assumed a common-born queen would be easy to intimidate, easy to frighten back into submission. Instead, you turned their attack into evidence supporting reform. We turned it. I corrected. This wasn't just me, it was all of us working together. Thane's military leadership, your strategic advice, Linnea's administrative support, even Lord Kieran's willingness to support reform despite his council position. That's what defeated them, unity across traditional boundaries. A unity you inspired, Linnea added, her severe expression softening slightly. By showing that cooperation matters more than hierarchy, that competence transcends birth. That's what terrified them, the possibility that their privilege might become irrelevant. 6 months after the bonding ceremony, we held a formal celebration, not for nobles, but for common citizens throughout the territory. Open festival in the palace grounds, with food and music and entertainment accessible to everyone regardless of status. Children from Hollow's End playing alongside minor nobility, workers from factories dancing with palace staff. The invisible barriers of class temporarily dissolved. I walked through the crowds with Calla and Thane, no formal protocol or careful distance. Just a family enjoying celebration with their people, accessible and real rather than distant and symbolic. Your Majesty, a woman approached, her weathered hands clutching mine with desperate gratitude. I wanted to thank you for the Widow's Assistance Program. My children are eating regularly now, and I'm receiving job training. You've given us hope when we had none. You've given yourselves hope, I corrected gently. By accepting support, by working hard, by refusing to let circumstances defeat you. I just helped remove some obstacles. Similar conversations repeated throughout the day. People thanked me for programs that helped them, for representation that saw them, for proving that change was possible. But the most meaningful moment came near sunset, when I found myself in a quiet corner of the gardens with an elderly woman who looked vaguely familiar. You don't remember me, she said, smiling at my confusion. But I remember you. 6 months ago, in the Moonstone Market. I was selling fruit at a stall near the Starfire Patisserie. Memory clicked into place. The marketplace. The day everything changed. You saw me begging for expired cake, I said quietly. I saw you loving your daughter, she corrected. Saw you choosing dignity over shame, hope over bitterness, despite circumstances that would have broken most people. And I remember thinking, that's a woman worth knowing, worth respecting. She reached out and took my hand. When I heard the Alpha King had chosen you, I wasn't surprised. I was grateful. grateful that someone with power finally saw what I saw. Genuine worth, real strength, the kind that comes from surviving rather than inheriting. Tears stung my eyes. "Thank you," I whispered. "For seeing me then. For seeing me now." "Thank you," she replied, "for remembering where you came from. For using your position to help people like me, like you were. For proving that queens can come from marketplaces and matter just as much as those born in palaces." After she left, I stood in the gardens watching the celebration, watching common citizens enjoying freedom and festivity in spaces that had traditionally excluded them. Thane found me there, wrapping his arms around me from behind. "Happy?" he asked. "Overwhelmed," I admitted. Awed by how much has changed in 6 months. Terrified by how much still needs to change. But yes, happy. So impossibly happy. "Good," he said, kissing my temple. "Because you've earned it. You've transformed this territory in ways I never imagined possible, made people believe in futures they'd stopped dreaming about. That's the power of genuine leadership, Vesper. Not ruling through force, but inspiring through example." Calla ran up to us, breathless with excitement, her small crown slightly askew from playing with other children. "Mama."
Thane.
"Come dance." Everyone's dancing. We let her pull us back toward the celebration, toward music and laughter, and the sound of a territory learning to dream again. And as I danced under the setting sun with my mate and my daughter, surrounded by people who'd learned to hope because we'd shown them possibilities, I realized something profound. This was what happily ever after actually looked like. Not perfect. Not without challenges or struggles or moments of doubt. But real. Earned. Worth every impossible obstacle we'd overcome to reach it. 1 year later, I stood in the same marketplace where it had all begun, watching the morning sun paint familiar stalls in shades of gold. The Starfire patisserie gleamed with its golden doors, displaying confections that still cost more than most people earned in a week. But beside it now stood something new, a community bakery funded by the crown, offering quality food at prices common families could afford. Similar programs dotted districts throughout the territory, quiet revolutions in accessibility and dignity. "Mama, look," Calla called, pointing to a group of children clustered around a storyteller. "He's telling our story about the queen who came from the marketplace." I listened to the familiar tale, transformed through retelling into something larger than life. The desperate widow, the compassionate king, the love that changed a kingdom. Realities simplified into narrative, complicated truths smoothed into inspiring legend. But the essential truth remained, that a single moment of kindness, witnessed and acted upon, had transformed multiple lives and an entire territory's understanding of what was possible. "Your Majesty?" A vendor approached nervously, a young woman with flour dusting her apron. "I wanted to thank you for the small business grants. They allowed me to open my own bakery, to provide for my family, without depending on charity." "You're welcome," I said, genuinely pleased. "But you did the work, took the risk, built the business, created something from opportunity. That's all you." "Maybe," she said, smiling. "But the opportunity came from you. From someone who remembered what it felt like to struggle, who used power to help rather than control. That matters more than you know." After she left, Thane appeared at my side, having finished his own tour of marketplace improvements. "Ready to go home?" Home. The word still filled me with wonder. Not just the palace with its luxury and responsibility, but the suite we'd transformed into family space, the life we'd built together from impossible beginnings. "Almost," I said. "One more thing." I walked to the Starfire patisserie, to the exact spot where I'd stood a year ago begging for expired cake, invisible and desperate and certain I didn't matter. The baker's assistant, the same round-faced woman who dismissed me then, emerged from the shop. Recognition flickered across her face, followed by something like shame. "Your Majesty," she said, curtsying awkwardly. I wanted to apologize for how I treated you that day. I was wrong, cruel, and I've regretted it ever since." "You were doing your job," I said, surprising her with my lack of anger. "Protecting your employer's reputation, maintaining standards. I don't hold it against you. But I was cruel, she insisted. I dismissed you, made you feel worthless. And now you're queen, and I'm... Still working, I interrupted. Still providing for yourself, still doing what needs doing. That's worthy of respect, regardless of rank or title. You don't need my forgiveness because you didn't truly wrong me. You just showed me the world as it was a world that needed changing. I paused, then added more gently, but if you're looking for redemption, maybe remember this feeling next time someone desperate asks for help. Maybe choose compassion over contempt. That would honor both of us. She nodded, tears streaming down her face, and I walked away feeling lighter. The past was past. The desperate widow who'd begged for expired cake had transformed into a queen who helped others avoid that same desperation. That transformation wasn't about revenge or proving anyone wrong. It was about building something better. Now I'm ready, I told Thane, taking his hand. Let's go home. We walked through the marketplace together, king, queen, and princess, no longer separate from the people around us but connected to them. Not through power or authority, but through shared understanding of struggle, shared hope for better futures, shared humanity that transcended every artificial boundary. And as we returned to the palace, to the work that waited, the challenges that would inevitably come, the family and territory we'd committed to protecting, I felt grateful beyond words. Not for the crown or the title or the luxury, but for the journey that had brought us here. For the love that had survived impossible odds. For the family built from loss and loneliness and refused to let circumstance define destiny. For the proof lived daily that worth wasn't determined by birth. It was determined by choice. By compassion. By the courage to love completely despite knowing how much it cost. And that was worth more than any kingdom. The end. Moonlit souls. That's the complete story of Queen Vesper and Alpha King Thane, a tale of love that defied every expectation, of family forged from impossible circumstances, of a territory transformed by one woman's refusal to accept that she didn't matter. Thank you for howling along with us at Wild Alpha Tales. Until the next moonrise, may your hearts stay wild and your love stay fierce.